Okay, what's going on, everybody? I'm gonna do something a little bit different today. How's everybody doing? Today, what I want to do is something that people have been asking for, I guess. But we'll see where it takes us. I don't really have a plan of attack here, but essentially what we're gonna do is, well, follow old railroad tracks on Google Earth and see where they go. It seems like something I kind of did it inadvertently the other day when I was doing a just chatting stream where we were just hanging out, right? And yeah, people seem to be into it. I got a lot of feedback about it, so we'll see where this takes us. So I figured we'll pick a defunct railroad and defunct railroad, and we'll just start following right of ways. Yep. I also did a history stream yesterday. It was a space and history review inadvertently, which is, yeah, I didn't really mean to do that. That's just kind of the vibes, and people seem to like that too. So, all right, well, so I picked one. I picked the Old Colony Railroad, which is in my neck of the woods. Old Colony Railroad is a long, decrepit railroad. Most of it is MBTA now, Massachusetts Bay Transit Authority. But there are a lot of right-of-ways that are not there. Hey, Jerry, what's going on? Last night's stream was awesome. Nice, nice. Did I hear that Starship is scheduled for the 14th? I'm not sure that date's going to stick, but we'll see, Rose. We'll see. Yeah, I saw it. 2 plus 2 equals Thomas Jefferson, sucker. Have you heard the RFA has a launch window from August 10th for 5 weeks, 3 times a week? Yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday out of Saxavord. Yeah, Lavia, I heard about that. We'll see. As far as I can tell, they have not done an integrated static fire, and the last time they tried to do that, the rocket exploded. So, we'll see. So the Old Colony Railroad is what was a railroad that primarily operated on the south, what's called the South Shore of Massachusetts. So my state, Massachusetts, we talked about that a lot the other day. There's kind of distinctive parts to this state, all right? There's Western Mass, which is out here. Basically, anything that's to the west of Worcester is, for the most part, Western Mass. Like, out here is mountains and reservoirs and all kinds of fun stuff. Actually, there's a lot of cool stuff to do out there. Like, the Springfield Armory is pretty sick, but that's another story. So, then you have Eastern Mass over here. Eastern Mass is kind of where most of the people are in my state. And
Discovery,
there's a couple of distinct parts, right? So anywhere in this area right here is kind of called the Metro West. That's kind of like the suburbs. That's more or less where I grew up. I grew up right here. See the N in Newton? That's pretty much where I'm from, right? That's kind of the burbs right there. So that's Metro West, right? In this area here. And then you have the city, obviously, which is basically, yeah, I grew up right on the border. Right on the border where it really starts to get population dense, right here, right? And then north of the city, you have something that it very, very cleverly named the North Shore. The North Shore goes from basically Winthrop all the way up to Newburyport up here. It's the coastline that is north of Boston. Right? And then you have something down here called the South Shore. The South Shore basically goes from Quincy more or less down to Plymouth. That's the South Shore. That's where I live currently. Down here somewhere. Cava, dude. All right. And then down here you have the Cape Cod Canal. And anything that's to the south of, well, quote unquote south, anything that's past the canal is pretty much Cape Cod. And then you have the islands out here. You have Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket. Right? This is all more or less the South Shore. And that's the Old Colony Railroad basically operated on the South Shore. They had some lines that went up to kind of the North Shore area, right, and some into Metro West. But yeah, they primarily operated down here. So we're gonna see how much of these tracks is still used. The Old Colony Railroad was around for a long time. It dates back to the 1840s. It's a really old railroad. We doing this for inspiration or history? Just because I wanted to, dude. Hey, Finn had Astra. Figured it was better to change from my old username, Cardiac Arrest, to a more reasonable name. All right, man. X-Wing, you have a theory. If the U.S. treated soccer the same ways we treated the automotive industry for a few decades, our best and brightest went to... our best and brightest went to NFL Aerospace, and now we're trying to catch up. Yeah, maybe. We'll either learn from getting embarrassed the other day or we won't. I'm going to go ahead and guess that we probably won't. I don't mean to be mean, but it's soccer in the United States. Like, there's no money. There's no money in being on a national team. There really isn't. MLS has had this problem for decades. But, I don't know. What do I know, dude? Cool, just wondering if there was a reason. People ask me to, dude. Yeah. Should I do a stream about HS2? I'm sure we could look into it, but Finn, I would advise not doing that because you're not going to be able to stream without somebody getting pissed off. Which is why I just chose the Old Colony Railroad. Now, I want to see how much of this is still around. Most of it ended up going to the MBTA, which is the Massachusetts Bay Transit Authority, but some of it didn't. So, I don't know. Where do we want to start? Maybe we'll start up here in Lowell and Fitchburg. There was a big freight yard in Framingham. So, what about New Haven? We could do that. Sure. Hey, Combat Cent, do you have you been able to find the Massachusetts Aerial Imagery Archive online? We have one in Rhode Island. It's quite interesting. It goes all the way back to 39. Very useful for these type of projects. I mean, Google Earth should be sufficient for now. Oh my goodness. Google Earth should be sufficient for now, but I'll tell you what, Jim, some of the Old Colony Railroad did go into Rhode Island. Pawtucket, Providence, Warren, Bristol, and Newport. They operated a train that went all the way to Newport. So, I'm going to go ahead and say that this will probably be useful. Oh my goodness. Do you know where the first track was laid down? No, but I used that picture from the MBTA for the YouTube thumbnail. I figured you guys would appreciate it. How about we read? Let's see if we can learn something. Like, very much I'm trying to learn along with you guys here, so let's see. I know a good bit about the Old Colony Railroad, but let's go through. And once again, a good place to start is Wikipedia. Wikipedia is fine. There ain't nothing wrong with this for, like, trains and stuff. Like, it's not that big of a deal, right? Rares, you finally bought Beam this morning. The game is so addictive. It is, yeah. Trains look so much beefier in the U.S. than they look. Yeah, Finn, what you gotta understand is that look, a lot of the Old Colony Railroad around Massachusetts got absorbed into our passenger service. There's not a lot of freight operators that operate around here, CSX technically, but most of these tracks are MBTA. The MBTA is our passenger rail service. And I'll admit passenger rail service on heavy rail, like regular Stevenson gauge, which is what all Europe and us use. We all use the same gauge. Which is, what is it, 1435 millimeter? 4 foot 8.5 inches. That's the distance between the rails. We all use the same for once, right? Like, that's weird. We have, there's more freight on the U.S. operating on the U.S. lines nowadays than anything. We do have passenger service, and there's a couple of localized commuter rails depending on the state, right? Like New Jersey has NJ Transit. New York City has Long Island Railroad, LIRR for short. Philadelphia has SEPTA, which is Southeastern Pennsylvania Transit Authority. There's Connecticut has its own rail. I forget what it's called. Nobody cares. And Massachusetts has the MBTA, right? So, like, if these locomotives look beefy, it's most likely because they just bought freight locomotives and just use them to tow passenger consists around. I mean, I believe that's a GP40. Oh, it says it right on the side right there. CT Rail Link. So, yeah, a lot of the time you see freight locomotives pulling around the passenger stuff. Like, we don't have a lot of electrified track either. But the primary operators all use diesels. The reason why is because electrifying, I mean, like, here's something just on a macro thing here. The U.S. has tons of rail lines. We have rail lines everywhere. Literally, you can go anywhere in the country almost with rail lines. But the thing is that it's mostly for freight. And good luck electrifying all of that. That would take a Herculean effort. Like, here, I have transportation turned on. Let's see if it starts rendering railroad lines. Let's go up to Massachusetts, see if it starts. How's Brian Titan? Everybody's good, man. Hey, Farm. Want to see a cool train? Look up the Galloping Goose. The worst part of electrical rail lines in the UK is that they require so much maintenance and problems. That is one of the main reasons why rail services are delayed. Yeah, see, we have some electrified rail. Our high-speed rail is electrified. High-speed rail. But yeah, as you can see, there a lot of the old colony lines are still there. The right-of-ways for the tracks are still there. Now, and like Boston has a lot of rail. We have tons of it. It's everywhere. Because Boston is an older American city, like Philadelphia is, right? Way older. So we do have tracks. There are tracks everywhere, and even then, there's a lot of abandoned right-of-ways. But, like even New York City, if you want to zoom in and give it a second to render LIRR and stuff, like look at some of these. This railway network is pretty insane. It's pretty good. This is not including subways. Like up in the Northeast, we have decent enough passenger trains. Like there's the SEPTA network over here in Philly. You'll see it. It'll pop in. Look, see all the black lines? There's trains everywhere, dude. But like I said, most of our tracks are unelectrified. The tracks that do carry passenger trains usually have a freight locomotive pulling it. And if you go out into the center of the country, there's tracks for miles. Like, dude, we must have, I mean, I don't know if I had to put a number on it. I mean, I'm sure somebody could figure it out. The U.S. has like hundreds of thousands of miles of track across a couple of different operators. A couple of different what's called a Class 1 operators. So those are the freight operators like CSX, Union Pacific, BNSF, Norfolk Southern. There's, dude, hundreds of thousands of miles of track. They just go on forever. Like, it goes across the entire country. Like, the country is 5,000 kilometers wide. About 3,000 miles. It's big. And, you know, a lot of the tracks have to negotiate one of the biggest mountain ranges in the world. It's a good time. So, yeah, we do have a lot of tracks. It's just used for freight. But there are passenger networks depending on the city. It really varies by state because each state is kind of its own thing, right? So we have the MBTA. The MBTA's terminus, the MBTA has two terminuses. One is South Station. Like, we have a big old train station there. It's actually a beautiful building, if I do say so myself. It looks, I guess that would probably be Beaux Arts if I had to guess. The station used to be bigger, but they actually built a skyscraper on top of it, that's pretty cool. Hey, Jet Route. When are you firing up Cities again? It's getting good with mods in the recent updates. Cities 1 or 2? I would assume you're talking about 2. I don't know. Maybe I'll take a look. If we have a good move it tool in there, I'll kind of be cool with it. So, The other terminus for the MBTA is over here in North Station. North Station has a hockey rink built on top of it, which is pretty cool. Yeah, the train tracks go underneath the hockey rink. And basketball court too. The Celtics play there as well. That's where the Bruins and the Celtics, their hockey and basketball teams play. But you can see most of the locomotives are freight stuff. But yeah, see, if you see a locomotive like that with the swoosh on it, that's Amtrak. So for the people that don't know, if you're not from the U.S., Amtrak is our federal railway. That's the national railway. It's not great. It's okay. These are the local railroads. This is MBTA stuff. See the freight locomotives? Amtrak does use diesels, but they're cool looking diesels. There's an Amtrak train in Sweden. Why? Hey, Mayan, 8213 sub. Amtrak exists. That's pretty much all you need to know. It exists. Yeah, it exists. It's there. But that's what the MBTA is. And now that's what a lot of the Old Colony Railroad ended up becoming. This is mostly MBTA tracks, but there are still some abandoned right-of-ways, like from Yarmouth all the way to Provincetown. That's abandoned. The spur line to Chatham is abandoned. There was railroads operating on Martha's Vineyard, and one of the lines went from Bourne all the way down to Falmouth. That line is still more or less there. A lot of this is rail trails, guys. But yeah, at one time with the Old Colony Railroad, you could be in Boston. You could take a train all the way to the end of the world there, which is pretty cool. Or you could take a train to Martha's Vineyard, which is an island, which is pretty cool. I think that's neat. But anyway, let's go. Yeah, Skittles, that's it, man. All right. So, the Old Colony Railroad was a major railroad system mainly covering southeastern Massachusetts and parts of Rhode Island, which operated from 1845 to 1893. Old Colony trains ran from Boston to points such as Plymouth, where I'm at, Fall River, which is down here, Battleship, New Bedford, which is right there, Newport, Rhode Island, and Providence, Rhode Island, which is over there, Fitchburg, Lowell, and Cape Cod. For many years, the Old Colony Railroad also operated a steamboat and ferry lines, including those of the Fall River Line, with the express train service from Boston to its wharf in Fall River, where passengers boarded luxury liners to New York City. The company also briefly operated a railroad line on Martha's Vineyard, as well as a freight-only Union Freight Railroad in Boston. The OC was named after the Old Colony nickname for Plymouth Colony. From 1845 to 1893, the OC network grew extensively large through a series of mergers and acquisitions with other established railroads until it was itself acquired by New York, New Haven, and Hartford. Yeah. Hey, Enco. The doors are, what's that, 97-month reset. The doors are thrown open in a Wild West saloon. The pianist stops playing and everyone turns and looks. In the door is a three-legged dog who walks in and says, "I'm looking for the man who shot my pa." Okay. Under a lease agreement in March 1893 for its entire 617-mile network. After this date, all trains, lines, and stations became known as the Old Colony Division of the huge New Haven system. Probably going to have to dig into that a little bit. During this period, the New York, New Haven, and Hartford Railroad enjoyed a virtual monopoly on all passenger and freight service in southern New England. Passenger service on New Haven's Old Colony Division ended in 1959, except for the main line between Boston and Providence and other ex-Boston and Providence lines. Several lines have been restored to passenger service. The Plymouth-Kingston line, that's near my house, and the Middleborough-Lakeville line in 1997, and the Greenbush line in 2007. That's actually a really nice train ride, for what it's worth. It, like, straddles the coast. It's pretty cool. That's that line right there, the one that's on the coast. South Coast Rail Project extended the Middleborough-Lakeville line in 2025 as the Fall River New Bedford line. Other parts of the former Old Colony system continue to use freight service by CSX Transportation and other short-line railroad, including the Massachusetts Coastal Railroad. Yeah, the Mass Coastal Railroad is a they operate on the Cape and they bring the trash from the Cape. Trash is offloaded from the Cape by a train, which is actually pretty cool. Parts of the former OC on Cape Cod are also still used to operate the Cape Cod Central Railroad, tourist train from Hyannis to Buzzards Bay during the summer and fall months. Another tourist railroad, the Old Colony and Newport Scenic Railway, operates as part of the former OC from Newport to Aquidneck Island. Yeah, from Newport on Aquidneck Island. Yeah, it used to connect, but it doesn't anymore. Several abandoned portions of the Old Colony line have been converted into multi-use rail trails, including the East Bay Bike Path in Rhode Island, as well as others in Lowell, Mansfield, Fairhaven, and Cape Cod Rail Trail on Cape Cod. Yeah, freaking Cape Cod Rail Trail. Joke. Aquidneck. Yeah, Jim, I've never actually seen it spelled out. I knew how to pronounce it, but I've read that. I'm like, that's not right. But yeah, no. Aquidneck. That's how you say that. Sorry, Aquidneck? No, like, what? I've never actually heard somebody spell it out. Or, like, seen it spelled out. That's, yeah, just people say it. Anyway. So, the Old Colony Railroad. Let's start here, and then we can go basically into the New York, New Haven Railroad from there. Maybe we'll do that next. Yeah, that's... New York, New Haven, and Hartford was, that's pretty big for a Class 2 operator. Nice. All right, so let's go looking. How about we start in Boston and we go from there, which is where we are. South Station, I do believe, is older than North Station in Boston, so this has basically been the terminus for a long time. So, interesting thing about South Station is that it used to be way bigger. Over here, there's a United States Postal Service distribution center right here next to the Fort Point Channel. We talked about the Fort Point Channel. Boston Tea Party happened there, right? So the South Station actually used to go all the way to the edge. It used to go all the way to the edge of the water there. Here, let's... I don't want to type South Station into Google on screen because it'll be like, hey, here's your house. I'm like, I don't want to know that. All right, so let's start with the terminus and we'll work our way from there. I know South Station. I rode into there for PAX East back in 2019. Yeah, the convention center is over there. It's down that road. It's actually on the other side of the BCC's on the other side of those buildings. So, Nova, you probably walked out here and went up that sidewalk and over the bridge. So what I want to do is get down to here. Check that out. So South Station used to go all the way to the water, and there somewhere in here there is oh yeah, they built a skyscraper on it, which is actually kind of cool. There's pictures of what it used to look like. Yeah, see, there's the Old Colony. Wow. Freaking Old Colony passenger line station. That's crazy. Boston and Albany Railroad Terminal, Boston and Providence Railroad Terminal. Rip to the Atlantic Avenue L. Yeah, right. Right? Yeah, there used to be a freaking... I mean, used to be an elevated train there going down the Central Arctic, which is a little weird. Yeah, it's a beautiful building. FTP station had 28 tracks for passenger service and became the busiest station in New England by 1913. A stop on the Atlantic Avenue elevated served South Station from 1901 to 1938. What is now the Red Line? Yeah, they put that in the ground and it became the Red Line. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The train shed, originally one of the largest in the world, was eliminated in a 1930 renovation due to corrosion caused by the ocean's salty air. In the original configuration, 2 tracks came off of each approach and joined into a 4-track line and then run under the main platforms in a 2-track loop. Yeah, there was a way to turn around. These tracks were never put into service and later became a parking lot and a bowling alley for employees. Here. Yeah, here. That's what I'm talking about. That's what South Station used to look like. There 28 platforms, dude. And it went all the way to the Fort Point Channel. It went from Atlantic Avenue all the way down Summer Street to the bridge. And it did have an underground loop to turn trains around underneath it, which is pretty freaking cool. That would have been... So, here, let me look at the Google Earths to kind of overlay it. See what I'm talking about? There used to be a freaking loop under there, which is cool. South Station is basically got cut in half when trains stopped being cool. It got cut in half. They kept, like, this part over here on the corner. But the whole thing used to go all the way over. Chicagoland Speedway is back, but at the race, tons of cars got stuck in the mud. Yeah, Joliet was last weekend, wasn't it, ZT? Would you ever play Railroad Empire 2? I do like train games. I would play train games. Yeah. I didn't know about the loop. Very cool. Yeah, Arctic. I mean, pretty damn cool for the time, right? There is pictures. People have taken pictures of that damn loop. I know there's pictures of it. Oh, here we go. I got a picture. Give me 1 second. It's got to load. It's a big picture. This makes you want to play Derail? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were there? That's awesome. Give me 1 moment. Trying to find the right picture. The one that I found that I like is not loading. Yeah, here we go. I got one. So check this out. Look at that. So they had a whole mail terminal for moving the mail around. You had 28 lines, and then you had the loop line underneath everything, which is... That's super cool. Now, why would you need a loop line? Okay, what is the purpose of that? Well, the short story is that steam engines only like going in one direction. That's the short story. Steam engines don't really like going in reverse. I mean, they can. You can put the whole system into reverse with the reverser, but ideally you want to be pulling the train instead of pushing, right? So they put a loop so they could turn the steam engines around. So the idea here is that you go through the loop, you turn around, and then you back the train up onto the platform. Or you bring the train in, you drop everybody off, right? You pull the train out, you turn the whole train around, and then you back it in for loading. That's the idea here. But yeah, that's what South Station used to look like. This would have been post Old Colony Railroad. This would have been New York, New Haven, and Hartford. But yeah, that picture would have been right here on this approach. Right about here. Well, once again, there's too much stuff in the way now. There's a USPS distribution center right there, and then there's the ventilation systems for the highway that's underneath here. For the people that don't know, there is a highway that goes underneath all these train tracks and then across the 4-point channel, and then it pops out over here for a brief second before going back underground and then going over to the airport. We could talk about that some other time. Now, from South Station, you have kind of there's a Y here, but you can pretty much see that the line splits. Now, if we go back and look at the old colony diagram, they had originally had the southern line, which would go down to Quincy. We'll follow that one. That's this way. You can see there's the highway that goes. Actually, that's not the highway. That is an on-ramp. That's an express lane on-ramp to get onto the I-90 extension. The actual highway goes underneath over there. It's underneath here. Actually, you can see it. There's the portal right there. It's actually right next to the tracks, which is pretty cool. Big Dig is kind of its own legend. Big Dig is super cool. There was a... So, very interesting thing here. They started digging the tunnel, right, to go underneath all these train tracks. And anybody that knows anything about trains knows that they're super freaking heavy. So, when they started digging underneath this, the tracks started to sag. And they were like, that's probably not a good idea. We should probably not do that. We don't need a big sinkhole right here in the middle of a major railroad terminus. So the structural engineers that were in charge of this came up with a pretty interesting idea. They put freeze plugs in the ground and froze the ground. And then dug a tunnel underneath the frozen ground. Built up the tunnel structurally, right? And then unfroze the ground. Pretty cool, right? Underneath, let's see, 9 railroad tracks. Pretty cool. Now, if we follow this line, this is all still in service, guys. This is all real stuff. That's Red Line, so that's the subway. The Red Line is the major north-south subway that goes through Boston. It terminates down in Braintree, but yeah, we have the Red Line tracks over here, and then you have an MBTA maintenance terminal, but you also have Amtrak's maintenance terminal over here as well. Amtrak, this is the northern terminus for our Federal Railway. So there is an Amtrak depot down here as well. There's also one of the coolest things you've ever seen, and if you're going up 93, right, and you go up this on-ramp right here, you can see it. Train wash. Train wash. Yeah, it's a car wash, but for trains. Just a quick side note. Hey, Hip, what's going on? How goes the infrastructure yap session? Very, very good. Train wash. Yeah. They have a loop that goes around a shipping terminal here. This is all industrial shipping inside of the tracks here. And, yeah, it's train wash. Washes the train. Gotta wash the train. So over here, you have an MBTA and Amtrak maintenance depot. So this is the Amtrak maintenance facility over here. This is the federal stuff. This is just kind of a storage yard for passenger trains for the MBTA over here. And then the MBTA has some storage tracks over here as well. Now, here, right here, is where the line splits again. These tracks split, and those tracks... those tracks are part of the old colony line. Were part of the old colony line, but they go in a different direction. We're not following that track just yet. That is this split right there. See the split that goes down to Milton and then connects back in at Braintree? We could talk more about that in a second. But yeah, Old Colony went down here. Now, keep in mind the highway wasn't there at the time. But this is also, it's interesting because you have a right-of-way that's being shared here between the Red Line, which is the subway, and the regular train tracks. The Red Line has the third rail because it's electrified. But it's no overhead catenaries. It's a third rail in the ground. It's easy to spot Red Line tracks versus what the Old Colony line was. It's easy to spot because the Red Line can go up a steeper hill. So you have grades here with the Red Line that you wouldn't really get with regular trains. So like That's a regular train line. See there, you see how it's more flat, and but the red line goes up and over. It goes over the tracks here for some reason. I forget why it does that. But from here, you get into the Savin Hill station. Or no, that's JFK UMass. Savin Hill is the next one. And once again, it is a commuter rail and red line train station. They operate right next to each other, which is kind of cool. Now, actually, the line splits here, and there's a Y that goes over here. See, all right, let's start getting into the abandoned parts. I don't know where that track goes. I've never bothered to look. Oh, it goes underneath. This is 93 South right here. It goes underneath 93, and it looks like this building was being used for trains. It had a train input at one. Oh, I know what this is. Paper. It's paper delivery. You know why? This is the old Boston Globe headquarters. This was the printing place where they printed the newspaper for Boston. It's called the Boston Globe. And it looks like they were taking deliveries off the tracks there. You could see there's two portals right there. They're windows now, but there's two portals where the two train tracks came in, and they were probably delivering paper. If I had to guess. That's Yep, it's the industrial spur for the Boston Globe. Yep, didn't know that. Didn't realize that it had a Y there. Arctic, I've been up and down this road 1,000 times. Never knew that. Now, if we go back here, there's also a couple of different spurs from the maintenance facility that go off in different directions. This one I knew about. And now, this line isn't particularly abandoned, but I've never seen any trains on it. So, this line splits right here, and you can see that there was another track next to it at one point. This line splits and goes down A Street. It goes down parallel to A Street. And the right-of-way, they've kept the right-of-way for some reason, and I'm not 100% sure why, but the right-of-way is still there. And there is a locomotive shed down here, which is... Okay. Now, the right-of-way crosses here. The rails are still there. These pictures don't do it justice, but the railroads and the track is still all there. Looks like they're stockpiling tracks. But see, the right-of-way is still here. And the rails are still down, which is very strange. And it goes down here, right? And it turns, like, see the tracks. Tracks are still there. Concrete ties, so it's more or less new, right? And it goes underneath... It goes underneath the tracks here by the BCC. So if anybody's ever gone to PAX East, right there. And then the lines go through here and they go underneath a hotel. And then they pop out over here. Now, the right-of-way kind of gets a little from here. But you can still see that the rails are definitely still there. Right? There are sections of track that are still there. And where this ends up going is the South Boston Naval Annex. Down here. So once upon a time, guys, and I could talk about this for freaking days. Once upon a time, this was a Navy base, a big Navy base. This was the South Boston Naval Annex. The U.S. Navy operated all of this. This was a gigantic Navy base. And what was here is a freight yard for bringing in materials for ships. Now, the Navy still has some presence here, believe it or not. They still use this dry dock, which is one of the bigger dry docks on the East Coast. They still use it. It is big. And they do work on ships there, like that thing. Yeah, the tracks end up going all the way down here to the pier. Now, I don't know why they kept one right away, Arctic. I have no idea. I do know that this, at one point, the entire South Boston thing, like where the BCC is, was a gigantic freight yard. Which is very interesting. Like, if we go back and look, turn off 3D buildings, before the BCC was there, look, big old freight yard. See? And it had train tracks going all over the place. I mean, you could see the Big Dig under construction there. But yeah, see, even Google Earth still indicates that right-of-way is still there, which is weird. I've never seen a train go down that, ever. Like, ever. See the pictures from 85. Yeah. My Geeson, if I had to guess, it's for the Navy. If the Navy needs a train down here for whatever reason, they kept one right away. But yeah, this is United States Navy over here. The dry dock is. I know that for a fact because there's a Navy ship in the dry dock, right? Like you see USNS ships in here docking for maintenance all the time. So it looks like they kept the right of way, and it looks like they're making it a thing to keep it here. And look, there's even another engine shed right here. But yeah, I don't know if I would call that abandoned or not. It kind of is, but it kind of isn't. Like, if they needed to, they could get a train down this.
Discovery, go at
The tracks are maintained. It's very strange. There also was a switch line that went up here in down this road and terminated over here somewhere. I remember one time coming out of this is the parking lot from PAX. This was like PAX 2016 or something. I remember driving out of this parking lot and seeing a locomotive right here in this parking lot going, what is that? How did that get there? And then I realized that there was at one point a switch track right here. There was a little spur. New road closure from production to launch site, likely for Booster 20. Cool. Farhunt, 90-month resub. So I don't know if this technically qualifies as abandoned tracks, but I don't know. You be the judge. It seems like, actually, Arctic, I don't remember that locomotive shed being there. Clearly, this is still used for something. And clearly, that those tracks are new. Like, this has all new signaling on it and stuff, see? So, I wouldn't say... I thought this track was abandoned. I've never seen a train go down this thing. But, clearly, it's still being used. But yeah, you can see that at one point, there was a lot more tracks that went down here. This was probably originally 2-track, if I had to guess. Because, yeah, there used to be a huge freight yard down here. In fact, in the 1800s, over here, where the courthouse is, where the Seaport District is, there used to be a huge train terminal here for receiving stuff from ships. The tracks used to, and that's all been erased like a blackboard. The tracks used to go down here, and they used to Y in over here. Well, not Y in. They used to turn, and there was a gigantic freight yard right here. So yeah, I don't know if that technically qualifies as abandoned, but whatever. Let's keep going. So we go past JFK UMass, right? And I'm just gonna keep following the line until we see some weird abandoned stuff. So we were at the Boston Globe Industrial Spur right there. And once again, you could see that the red line has a steeper elevated road steeper elevated track because it's a mass transit. It can go up a steeper grade than the regular trains. So you have your 2 red line tracks here. See the 3rd rail? And then you have 3 commuter rail, or what would have been original Old Colony, right? That's Savin Hill right there. That's a train station in Dorchester. Yeah, English people, we have one of those too. Now, okay, we got some action right here. What's this? What is this? Let's follow this. So it's been since filled in, but there was a track that went over here to... Well, here's the thing about looking for abandoned stuff. If you see weird stuff like this, just weird property lines and stuff, that means the train track ran right there. So this track looked like it ran to about here. Oh, wait. What's that? Right there. Here, I'm going to go into Street View here. I want to see if there's a right-of-way here. Didn't we look at this when we played Workers? To an extent, yeah, but it was for a different reason. Looking around. I don't know. There may have been a track here. It's possible. There's a post office, so they may have ran the trains to the post office. But there's definitely a split track that went down here somewhere. I'm going to go ahead and guess it probably serviced whatever building this was before it was a body shop. And it's possible that it would have gone all the way down here. And by possible, I mean very. That's definitely... Interesting. I wonder what that track was used for. Now, we go a little bit more down these tracks. The red line splits. It goes that way. And it goes over to Fields Corner. How did the subway get on that side of the tracks? Oh man, these tracks tangle up over each other. I know that Savin Hill's a red line station, which is interesting. Maybe they mixed the consist here. Weird. Anyway. There are a lot of three-deckers down here on the South Shore. Yeah, South Boston into Dorchester into Quincy. Yeah, there's three-deckers all over the place. Three-deckers are low-density apartment housing, guys, for the people that don't know New England. It's full of buildings like this. We call them three-deckers. It's just, yeah, they're just low-density apartments. All right, so reason why they call them three-deckers is because all of them are 3 stories tall. They were very inexpensive housing at the time when they made all of them. Now, okay, the track splits, and we got 4 tracks. Now we're getting into basically North Quincy here. Now there's a little spur that goes off here. I'm going to go ahead and guess that that's used for railroad maintenance. Because, see, they seem to have a trackmobile on there. Trackmobiles are like little go-kart trains. They're used for just, yeah, like switching stuff. They have basements. Is it like Bob's Burgers house? Kind of, yeah. Now, all right, we go up over the river here. And now, interesting thing is that I know there's an abandoned line over here. I'm just not sure how it got there. Give me 1 second. There was... See this trail right here? That's an abandoned railroad line. This one. Now, part of that is still being used. This is called the Mattapan-Ashmont High-Speed Line. It used to be just a train line, right? But it was designed for light rail. And the tracks went under here. And then it goes over here, and then it stops. Well, okay, all right. See, weird-looking parking lot? See that weird parking lot? There was a split here at one point. Let's see if we can find where the original split was. Hey, RT, what's up, dude? Oh, well, right there. There it is. See, anytime you see, like, weird-looking parking lots, it usually means that there were tracks there. That's a car wash. What is that building? Huh. It's a weird-looking building. It's not a 3-decker. That's a 3-decker. Okay. It seems like the split was basically erased when they added the red line. So that track hasn't really been there for some time. But it definitely went down here. Went underneath here. Yeah, this has all been reclaimed here, but you could still see the right of way for it was there. So it was there when 93 was made in the 50s. Train house converted to a powerhouse. That building seems familiar, and I have no idea why. I'm going to go ahead and guess that that has something to do with trains. This building right here. It does not look like a regular residential house for this area. All right, let me look around for the Ashmont Mattapan. The Neponset River Greenway. Yeah. Yeah, there definitely was a track there. Big doors. Maybe it might be an old station, dudes. I want to... So, fun fact, guys, the Ashmont Mattapan line, remember how I said it was for light rail? It was for light passenger trains. And to this day, on the Ashmont Mattapan line, we're operating, the MBTA operates PCC rail cars from like the 50s. Because they can't put a modern subway train down that, they don't want to redo the lines. So they operate PCC rail cars. These cars are like 70 or 80 years old, which is super cool, but it's yeah.
Discovery.
Ah! Hey John, what's up? 89-month resub. Yeah, see, PCC streetcars are presidential. They're the Presidential Conference Committee streetcar. You've seen it if you like trains or old transit or anything. You've seen PCC streetcars. They're everywhere. Even the Soviets used PCCs for a long time. Do they take the Chalikad? Yeah, they do, dude. Yeah, San Francisco operates them on Market Ave, on the F line. San Francisco bought up everybody's PCC streetcars and they use them as kind of for transit on Market Street. This is over in California, but they didn't buy ours. The reason why they didn't buy ours is because we still use them. We still use them. Now, let's go here. Dorchester and Milton Branch Railroad. There it is. Milton Branch freight tracks passed through the high-speed trolley line at Shawmut Junction in 1930. The Neponset Trail was built on the right-of-way from Neponset Avenue to Central Avenue. Some guy hit the Jake brakes by the camera. Jeez. Still have Starbase Live going. The trail shares a corridor with the MBTA trolley line and only occupies the former northern freight track. An extension of the trail in Mattapan paralleling to the north opened in 2017. EJ, did USA presidents have a presidential train? Yes, absolutely, Regine. So fun fact, 4014, the biggest steam locomotive in the world, is doing a tour around the United States for the 250th anniversary. And I didn't know about this until I saw some Arctic Revival, a viewer in chat's video. They have Franklin Roosevelt's rail car. They're towing it on the back. Yeah. So yes, one of them, yes, presidents did have trains. One of the cars that President Roosevelt from the 1940s, so World War II, right, used is being towed around right now by the big boy. Yeah, Arctic, I was looking at your footage on stream the other day, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's... Really? Did the TTC use them? EJ to the building, I know what you are. TTC? I'm not sure. So yeah, that was definitely... This was definitely part of the Milton Branch line. Look. Go to Street View and see if you can find a plaque on the building. Come on. Really, Google? Yeah, see, this building is from a different era than these buildings over here. See the three-decker? Totally different architecture. I don't know. It might have something to do with the trains. Let's see. Or, you know, Google Earth could just suck. Well, it must be Burt Reynolds. I feel like we've done this on stream before. We learned something about this building. Why would I... What is the purpose of that? Of the Street View, not Street View? I recently learned if you own or rent your own historical rail car, you could book a spot on the end of an Amtrak train to travel the rails. Yep, absolutely. You can hitch the consist, sure. You got to pay for it, but yeah. Guess not. See, like, that building looks like it has train-sized doors in it that were converted to stoops. And it looks like, see, the tracks went, like, down here and connected into the main Y here, but I'm not or the main split. Shawmut Branch Railroad. It's the red line. Okay. Yep. All right. I get it. Dude, that's JFK UMass. What the heck? It still looks like that. That's weird. That picture's 100 years old. August 1st, 1927. So 99 years old. That's JFK UMass. That's over here. The station still looks the same. I don't know what that says about us, but I mean, they've redone it since, but you could still see that that's basically the same thing. The original platform is right there. That's crazy, dude. Hey, Red, what's going on? Thanks for the raid. We're looking at abandoned railroad tracks. We found one. I mean, I knew one was here. But yeah, it connects to the Ashmont-Mattapan high-speed line. Whoa, wait a minute. It goes under it. What the frick? It goes under it. It's next to it. And then connected in. Huh. And then this used to be through... Whoa, this used to be 4 tracks. Damn, dude. I didn't know that there was enough space here for 4-track right away. That's crazy. But see, they kept the bridge. They never got rid of it. So once again, this is the Ashmont-Mattapan high-speed line. This is part of the red line. It's an extension of the red line, actually. And then it terminates down here at the little ways. This line is not abandoned. It's still in use. And it uses those PCC streetcars that I was talking about. But it's very clear that there was more... that this was a much bigger right away. Or here's the terminus. Yeah. Check it out. Look at... See, this is one of the big difference between, like, you know, regular commuter rail and like subways and high-speed rail is the turning radius. Look at the turning radius on some of these tracks. It looks weird, right? But yeah, there's the PCC streetcars and the maintenance depot. Yeah, PCCs are articulated. They can really, really turn. But yeah, look at that. Look at that freaking connection. Oh, that looks so wrong, dude. It looks so wrong. Now, I'm wondering if this track went any further now. Or was just that the terminus? Did these tracks keep going? I'm going to go ahead and say that they probably did. They probably crossed here. See, anytime, like I said, anytime you see weird looking buildings, like buildings that are a weird shape, that means there was tracks here. Let's just follow the river here and see. Uh-oh. What do we have here? Huh. Ah. Ah. Commuter rails right there. I'm going to go ahead and guess that this thing probably crossed here and connected up with this track. Probably right here. I'll bet you there's a tunnel. Right there. Where the track went in here, probably crossed the river, and then went down here and up and connected back in. See? See this whole cleared spot next to the dam right there? There it is. It did connect back in over here. Interesting. Today I learned. Yeah, that track went down here, all the way over here, crossed the river, and then came up and connected right here at the Neponset River Reservoir. It looks like Jack City saved. Boston is a mess, dude. It's a mess because it's just old. But yeah, Astronaut Mattapan, part of it is still there. I mean, the tracks used to go down here. And then there used to be a drive-in movie theater over here. That's another story. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. Let's cross into North Quincy. Honestly, reaching a bit. I don't think that is that much of a stretch, dude, to be honest with you. See how the weird shape of the Neponset River Greenway? Oh, man. I mean, so you gotta think about this. Like, when these tracks were built, I mean, some of it was subways and electrified rail, but some of it was steam engines too. So with steam engines, you make loops, just like we do in Factorio. Like, you make loops because it's easier to get the train operating in one direction, right? Instead of multi-dimension. I mean, multi-dimension's not too hard, or multi-directional. But yeah, pretty cool. I mean, maybe. I would guess that it probably does that, but I don't know. Let's back it out. I'm still wondering what that building is over there, but yeah, we still use these freaking things. 3238, like, I'm wondering how old some of these things are. But we're gonna replace them with that. Go visit it? We have to drive up there, yeah. There's a jet-powered snowblower using a J34 to clear that line. That's cool. Interesting. In real life railway or Extreme. I mean, the MBTA might have something to say about that, dude. But anyway. That building is still a humdinger. I'm not sure about that building. That looks like it maybe was a signal house or something. I'm sure that's something that was built for the railroad, I'm pretty sure. But whatever. We'll have to, if somebody wants to go deeper diving into that, go ahead. So, follow the tracks. We're in North Quincy now. Squantum is what it's called. There used to be, fun fact, there used to be an airport over here. Squantum Naval Air Station. Some of the runway is still there. I've actually went and found that before. You could see there used to be a crisscross runway. They abandoned Squantum Naval Air Station because the runways were only 4,000 feet. And when the jet age came around, yeah, that idea got vetoed. The runways were too short. So Boston Scientific has something going on here, but you could still see that there's old base housing around. But yeah, I don't know if they ever sent a track up there. Maybe they did. I mean, if they did, it hasn't been there for a long time. I mean, we could just snoop around a little bit. It's pretty easy to spot trains with right-of-ways. There was something right there, but I don't think it was a train or anything. There's a website called Map Junction that you might find useful for this. Yeah, maybe. All right, let's keep going. So we're in North Quincy now. The Red Line and the commuter rail kind of basically operate parallel to each other here. Once again, the Red Line is mass transit, and then there's the commuter rail, which is regular rail. Really? So we're coming up on Bergen Parkway here. It's interesting to me here that the commuter rail goes down to one line and the Red Line is two. Huh. It's not like you don't have any room for more tracks, but I don't know, whatever. So this is Bergen Parkway in Quincy. It's like the main boulevard that goes through the city. Just keep following him. If you guys see anything, you let me know. Oh. Just goes underneath that. And that looks like a bus terminal. What station is this? Quincy Center. Yep. Dorchester Mutual Fire Insurance? I don't know, maybe. It's a website. It's the EJ doing an IRL train spotting stream. Let's see, what else do we got here? So, I don't see any splits or anything weird here. I know these tracks. This is right next to, this is Bergen Parkway. I drive up this road all the time. So, Bergen Parkway splits, and then there's a big, this is the Red Line terminus right here. This is the southern terminus of the Red Line. So, there's a huge parking garage there, and it goes over the train tracks, and they connected it into the Bergen Parkway. And then if you know anything about the South Shore, there's the Braintree Split, and that's a gigantic pile of doo-doo of a highway intersection. So, commuter rail connects in here, and it goes underneath the Red Line again. What do we have here? There's a split. Where does that go? Nowhere. It goes to a BJ's. Is there any indication that that track would keep going? I don't think so. That may have been a spur line to get to the quarry at some point. There were quarries all up in here. Quincy used to be known for granite quarrying. So, like, up here, there's a golf course called Granite Links that's on the quarry. And it has a lot of crazy elevation changes from where they mined all the rock. That's actually a really nice golf course, for what it's worth. Oh, wait a minute. Right here. Look, see that line? Right here. And then you see a couple of weird shaped buildings here, and then a weird parking lot with very strange property line. Maybe the tracks ran here, but if they were here. If these tracks were here, it was before 93 was made. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that you're probably not getting a railroad car up the hill right here. There's a huge hill right here where the golf course is. So you're probably not getting tracks up there, but it looks like those tracks did go over here somewhere. And maybe did find their way up into the quarry at some point. I'll take the interchange 264, 464 split merge, yeah. There's an old track near where I live called Brampton Railway, and they use the track to run old steam engines along them for annual events. Cool. That's awesome, Finn. Neat. So, yeah, it looks like that split track did go somewhere. My guess, like I said, would be that it went over the quarries. It went over to the quarry here. The quarries were long abandoned, though. But see how it looks like there could be a right-of-way right there, but I don't know. I'd have to do more research there. But once again, you see weird architecture and weird parking lots that are weird shapes. That's usually a dead indicator that the track goes over there. But once again, it's very strange because they protected the right of way. Like, why have this bit of track here? Why have it go over this? Why build, like, clearly there's railroad ties there and stuff. And it's, yeah, I mean, BJ's. Maybe they had another track. Maybe that track turned here and went this way into whatever was right here. They turned all the military railways in your hometown into a trail. The Gulf Coast to Tampa area used to be booming range during World War II. Yeah. So yeah, there's a weird split right there in Braintree, and I'm not on the border of Braintree and Quincy. I'm not 100% sure where that goes or why it's there. I'm sure there's a good reason. I should probably ask my dad. My dad grew up around here. Dad, if you're watching, what's that train line for? And then you get to a Y right here. Now, this is where, on the old Colony line, this is where tracks split. If we go back over here to the old Colony line, see? In Braintree, there's a junction right here. And then it goes, this is the track that goes to South Braintree, Weymouth, Hingham, Hull, Cohasset, Scituate, Marshfield, Duxbury. This track I know a lot about because I spent a lot of time on the South Shore as a young man. Part of this track was originally abandoned, but per the Big Dig, when they did the Big Dig, they restored the line all the way to Scituate. From Scituate southward down to Kingston is abandoned, and it's been abandoned for a good while. I think 1938 is when they last used that track. We can go down there if you want. I think that would be cool. Now, we go down here. It goes one line into the Y, which is Y. But, yeah, there's also a spur line here for the people that care. There's a spur line down here that goes to the old Four River Shipyard. There it is. These tracks are still in use, even though the shipyard is long abandoned. These tracks move crude oil. Well, I don't know if it's crude oil. I have no idea. It's probably not crude oil. It's probably kerosene or something. But the tracks go through here. Once again, these tracks are still used. These are the old tracks that used to service the shipyard. And the reason why it's winding is because Quincy is very hilly. And see, it crosses here into the old Four River Shipyard where the Salem is. And then you can see that there's all tanker cars. There's all tanker consists here. And there still is a small railroad operator here that has a couple of pretty cool little locomotives. What do we got there? GP38. Looks like an EMD switcher. There's the caboose. I've seen that caboose on the rails, and I did not understand why somebody was using a caboose in 2026, but hey, Shannon, what's going on? And then those, I'm not sure what locomotives those are. But you can clearly see that this is still, these tracks are very much still used. And they very much use them for bulk liquid. I'm not exactly sure what it's for, but it's very possible that it's fuel oil, fellas, for what it's worth, because there is a siding in a little yard there, but if you follow the right of way from the tracks, it goes under the Fore River Bridge, and it goes over here to a power plant, an oil power plant. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that track's probably there to service the power plant. There's also another power plant across the street, interestingly enough. Crude oil, it might be, dude, it might be crude. It's most likely some heavy oil or something. And whatever this building is, it's very clear that they have hopper cars there that are definitely used for something. So it's cool to see that these tracks are still used. But yeah, the tracks used to be here to bring in steel, steel for the shipyard. This was a gigantic shipyard, guys. They made aircraft carriers here. My grandfather worked there. It's pretty cool. What's the traditional use of a caboose? The brakeman is on the caboose. Cabooses are there rarest to make sure the couplers stay in tension. If you compress the couplers on any type of train, it's gonna have a bad day. It's there to keep the train tensioned. Once again, like if you're going down a hill and all the cars start to push together, if you don't do it right, the cars will go up and it'll derail. The caboose is there to brake, it's there as a gigantic heavy brake, like a parking brake almost. It's not a parking brake. You key on the brakes when you're going like down a hill or something to keep the train in tension. You have to keep the train in tension, or else it's not going to. The train will derail. But there's no hills here. This line snakes are all around through the hills. I'm not 100% sure why they'd be operating a caboose, but I've seen that caboose on the line. I was driving home on, this is Route 3 right here, after the Braintree split. So, want to know why I hate this intersection? So, this road is not actually one road, it's three. It's 128, it's 95, and it's 93. 93 technically goes this way, right? And if you're driving down 128, 95, 93, and you go here and you just go straight, you're on Route 3. That's Route 3 right there. So this is 93 south. At the split, you go 93, 95, 128. It's three roads. Three roads merging into one. You think there's traffic there? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then if you just go straight on 93, 95, 128, right? If you go straight, you get onto Route 3. 128 terminates technically right here. 93 does not, but 95 goes left with 93 here. But yeah, it's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. There's a lot of traffic here. No, when I say, guys, that when I drive up into the city, I have to negotiate this pile of dog doo-doo of an intersection. Oh yeah, and also the Bergen Parkway connects into everything. So any cities players knows what happens when you have highway intersection next to three highway intersections, all within like a mile of each other. Always traffic all the time. But anyway, I was driving down Route 3 here, and I saw the caboose on this line right here with a couple of tanker cars and an engine, which is weird. And see, they have a yard here where they store, well, I would only guess that it's fuel oil for the power plant. But yeah, the red line should, yeah, see, there's the actual South Braintree is the southern terminus of the Red Line right there. But the railroad keeps going. But we're not going down that track here. Does the Eastern US use passenger trains like this? It's not electrified, Alexis. This commuter rail uses... It's not electrified, it's diesel, but yeah. Now, okay, we're on the Hingham branch of the Old Colony line here. So we're down here. That's South Weymouth, or North Weymouth, Hingham, Cohasset, Scituate. All right, these tracks are not abandoned. The MBTA still uses them. This is passenger rail service. I know because Bree and I have taken this train into Boston many times. Super, super scenic. Really, really, really nice ride. There's a lot of stuff to look at, like, trees and stuff and oceans. So this right-of-way was restored in the mid-2000s. This was abandoned. It was a rail trail, and they made it train tracks again, which is pretty damn cool. Here in Alsace, almost no lines are electrified. Yeah, we have electrified stuff, but it's the federal stuff that's electrified. The local trains is all diesel. You can see that this track used to be a twin track, and I'll tell you why in a second. You can see all the bridges are super wide. Because it was originally not just one right away. There's East Weymouth. There's the Weymouth station. Once again, you get beautiful views of the ocean from this train. No joke. Then you go down here. The line goes to 2 there. Just so trains can pass each other. This originally, when this track was originally made by Old Colony, it was a double line. I know that for a fact. That's West Hingham right there. If you think that intersection sucks, you are absolutely correct. The more you stare at it, the worse it gets. Looking at an old map, I'm 99% sure that building from earlier is an old switching house. Yeah, AFD, that's my guess too. Since watching you design rail and workers and resources, I'm constantly distracted when looking at maps, finding and following the rail lines. Yeah. Kind of got the hankering to play workers from all this train stuff, but I don't know. I forgot how to play. I'll probably ruin something if we go back and play. These parts look very European. Alexis, New England is more... New England is, well, New England. It's more like Europe than you might think. Yeah, like the entire northeast part of the United States is very densely packed, like Europe is. So train lines bear a passing resemblance because most likely the train lines were built at the same time. So the tracks go actually underneath Hingham Center right there. And there are old railroad stations here too, from the original lines. They're around. You gotta kind of look for them. Okay, so this is Nantasket Junction here. As you know, as you can see, it's not a junction. The lines just keep going straight. But if you look at the parking lot, it's very weird looking. The reason why the parking lot is actually a little bit strange and why it's kind of triangular is because it was a junction at one point. There used to be a spur line here that went to Nantasket Beach. Nantasket Beach is a very popular beach that people go to in the summertime, but you could see the right-of-way from the tracks. It's still there. The right-of-way is intact. I know, I've looked. This is what Brimo and I do on the weekends. I go drive somewhere and we go explore. Bakalakadakistan is calling. But you could see the tracks did switch right here, and then the track went down here, and this originally was a Y. A Y is a three-way intersection for trains. I actually found it. It's called Neponset Station. There you go. So it's hard to see because of all the photogrammetry, but you could still see that the right-of-way is there. And it is intact. Interestingly enough, if you're on this road right here, the mounts for the bridge are still there. The tracks went this way, and you could still see, well, it's covered in vines in this picture, but see, that's definitely there. So, I mean, actually, if you look at it from this angle, it's really easy to see it. So they did end up putting power lines on the tracks, which is stupid, but whatever. I mean, you could do both of those things, but you could definitely see the right of way is absolutely still there. The bridges aren't, but check it out. There was a trestle here. Right of way crossed there. There was a trestle there. I'm not sure what was going on here. Oh, that's a landfill. That's lovely. So the tracks went through here, snaked through here, went down here, and there was a junction right here at old Paragon Park. There used to be an amusement park here with roller coasters and stuff. There still is some of it there, but yeah, this is Paragon Park at Nantasket Beach. Nantasket Beach is a very, very popular tourist destination. Yeah, that's all Nantasket Beach right there. High tides in here. But something I did notice about the Old Colony Railroad. The Old Colony operated service to the end of Hull. So Hull, Massachusetts is this. It's this peninsula here. It's actually really cool. You can go out there and go to the very end of the peninsula and you can see Boston from the east, which is very weird. There's not many places where you could get that kind of view of the city. Also, great spot for plane watching, by the way. So the tracks did go. I always thought that the tracks terminated here, but it looks like they did keep going at some point. Now, I'm wondering. It looks like it's terraformed since the tracks were yeah. That, Alexis, that's a trash heap. That's what that is. It's trash. See this? So what they do is they took trash heaps, they covered them in dirt and environmentally remediated them, and now they're hills. And they put vent lines on it to vent the methane from the trash decomposition. That's a dump. That's what that is. And then they put a wind turbine on it to make themselves feel better about it. You know, never mind that the garbage heap is right by a brackish. You know, I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that's good for the environment. I'm sure. Yeah, whatever. And the trains? No. Garbage heaps. Sure. So you could see that the tracks were definitely right here. And if I had to guess, they probably went across here, you know, a long time ago and went down this road, if I had to guess. Now, where those tracks went from there, I have no idea. Hull is very built up. It's a very popular place. So I don't know where the tracks would have gone from there. Have you used Open Railway Map? Yeah. I mean, we could use that to help us here. But I don't think Open Railway Map has the abandoned stuff. Oh, it does. Hold on. Hong Kong Rail Guide. Ooh, Rail Guide. Rail Guide will work. All right, let's see what we got here, dudes. How come Oh, there it is. And choose classic or early. Yeah, see? Nantasket Junction. Okay, so... Oh, geez. That's why the road is all weird here. If you look at the roads, it's very strange. It's like the roads kind of crisscross. And the reason why the roads crisscross is because the damn train tracks were there. Like, look at this. Look at these intersections. They never made sense to me, but now I know why. Because this used to be the road, and the train used to be over here. And then there's just kind of an empty field. And this road right here was the tracks. And it looks like, oh my goodness, the tracks just went through people's backyards. Yeah, there's the right of way, right there. Hold on, street view of this. Yep. I never would have guessed that. Yeah, I would have guessed that this road was the tracks, but no, it just straight up went through people's backyards. The right of way for the most part is not there anymore. Like, there's no way you're rebuilding a rail line up here. But you could see where it was. Oh yeah, some of the right of way is still there. Whoa, a lot of it is still there. I mean, once again, you're not letting a train go through here. They're never gonna, these people would be pissed. Let's check Rail Guide. Where did it go? It's Fitzpatrick Way. That makes a lot of sense. So the tracks went yeah, there you go. They went all the way up here. And then it went this way. See, I always wondered why, like this road, if you drive up this road, it feels like it was added. And the reason why it was added is because it was train tracks. The original road used to go over there. And now they made that the road. All right, where does it go from there? Yeah, it follows the north shore here. So the tracks, that's a railroad track. Dude, that's cool. And the right of way is still there, which is nuts to me. That it's nuts that a train operated here. But yeah, you could definitely see it. It's still there. Wicked. Huh. Yeah, and the tracks terminated right here at the ferry terminal. And this was most likely a multi-track yard so the trains could turn around and stuff. Yeah, the high school. Hull High School is at the end there. Cool. Didn't know that. That's really neat. Huh. Cool. I can't believe the railway went all the way to the end of Hull. I never knew that. I thought it terminated at Nantasket Beach. Nope. Tracks used to go all the way down there. That's super cool. Personally, I think they should restore the train to Nantasket. The right of way is intact all the way up to here. It'd be nice to have a train that goes right to the beach. Just saying. Because it's not like Nantasket Junction is walkable all the way over there, right? Like, my favorite bar in Cincinnati since closed was 10 feet from active rail tracks. Not sure how accidents never happen. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Freaking spur line there, dude. That's pretty sick. Joining late, I saw an article about the next Starship on the 14th. How real do we think that is? It might happen. But Hull here has a worse football team. Egypt's going to be the reason I turned into a full rail fan. Trains are cool, dude. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like they're not. They're really cool. I love trains. I mean, I like spacecraft more, but space is my number one. Trains is up there, though. All right, so let's keep going. Actually, it looks like there's a junction there as well. You think? No. No, there's no way. Hold on, let's look at Railguy. Let's see what we got. See, I was wondering if there was a Y that went like this, but no. Yeah, they should that'd be cool to restore rail access to it like here. That'd be pretty sick, but it's never gonna happen. We had the option to restore rail from Norfolk, Oceanfront, and Virginia Beach, but the people voted it down because Finley failed. Well, I think it's just people don't want trains in their backyard. So we follow the tracks through Cohasset. Oh, wrong direction. There's Cohasset Station. Cohasset is where astronaut Stephen Bowen is from. Flew in the shuttle 2 times. Just saying, pretty cool. Pretty cool, dude. We're gonna get into Scituate here. Yeah, there. If we follow here, like, check this out, dude. There's some of the old railroad stations from when this was New York, New Haven, and Hartford. That looks like a train station. It's not a train station. It's left over. The original station they just never demolished, which is pretty cool. Yeah, that intersection's a weird one. Not the weirdest I've found in New England. Yeah, the actual train station is over here now because they wanted parking lots next to it. All right, let's keep going. Once again, this is a really pretty train ride. If anybody's ever on the South Shore, Greenbush Line, it's pretty cool. It's one of those look out the window scenic railroad type things. Zeros, you've taken that train. Yeah, we've talked about this, dude. Yeah. Oh, photogrammetry stops there. And then the line terminates here in Scituate at Greenbush Station. But that's not where the line stops. Or, well, that's not where the line stopped. Greenbush was a... There's a reason why there's a yard here. I forget why. There was some export in Scituate that people really liked. I forget what it was though. I think it's like ice blocks or something. But I don't remember. There used to be a lot of sidings here that went in different directions, but now it's just the terminus for the Greenbush line, which is pretty cool. But the track did keep going. So, if you look, you could see the right of way. Went out across the marsh here. So this is a brackish. Here, there's a lot of those around. I believe that, so there's the spit. So this is the North River. And you could see the track did go across the North River here. But what happened here is that the track from the south to the south of here all the way down to Plymouth, it used to connect in with the lines back in Plymouth. Well, what happened is a hurricane came through in 1938 and destroyed the track, and they just never bothered rebuilding it. Now, I've always wondered, like, could they rebuild the right-of-way here? The right-of-way exists until here, where somebody decided to make the right-of-way for the train tracks a road. So we're getting, once you cross the North River, you're going from Scituate into Marshfield. And you can see where the track was. It's just a road now. And people live on it, which, yeah, you're not making that into a train track. But the tracks went, the They went this way. They went here and they ran parallel to this road, right? And then down here, they split at the auto body shop. I think. Pretty sure. Just zoom out. Yep. Train tracks used to go here. There's the right of way. And it sucks because the rest of the right of way, except for this part that's freaking road, right? The rest of the right of way is pretty much intact. It's a rail trail with power lines on it. You can see, yeah, see? There was a level crossing right there. And it went all the way down here. I don't know what that is. Oh, trash. Lovely. And it went all the way down here. And then it went into Marshfield Center right here. Crossed, I forget what road that is. And then it went down here. You could see that, see the buildings? The buildings are all positioned because for the train, they're all positioned in a way so the train could stop. Right? And then you can see the line went down here. And then it went this way. Shifting power lines for rail is easy. Yep. Yeah. So you can see the tracks right here. You could still see the right of way because the grade that they built still there. Now this is where it gets a little bit hazy, sketchy to try and find more of. Tracks went down here. Where the heck did they go from there? Okay, I picked it up. All right, so they went down here. And then they did something here. I'm pretty sure it went like this. Right? Because see right there, there's the right of way. There's the cross, which is, once again, somebody's a street. Right? And then the tracks, I think, turned and went right there. See? There's the right of way for the tracks. There they are again. Now, this gets a little bit hazy to try and figure out here again. I'm guessing it went through Duxbury here. Golf course. Yep. They went next to the golf course here. It went down here like this. Let's just check Rail Guide to make sure I'm not pulling this out of my tail. Yep. There's Webster Street. 139, that's what it is. Crosses 139 again because 139 does a loop. Yep, next to the golf course. And then they took a right here at, well, at Station Street. Huh. Funny. Take a look. So it followed Colony Road. Oh, it's called Old Colony Road. Derp. So the tracks went here. Right? Colony Road is the right of way for the train. It's a road. Now, and you could see that it's not all of it's a road, but a lot of it is houses and stuff. See, getting rid of the right of ways is terrible. That's a terrible idea, but whatever. And then the train went down here. It crossed Park Street. Okay. Yeah, there's the right of way right there. It looks like he... went right through here, and it crossed Route 3, but it's the highway. I know Route 3 was built in the late 50s, so that's not, there wouldn't, I highly doubt they left a right of way there for it. They probably just paved over it. And you can see the right of way goes down here and connects in with the original tracks right there. There was a Y here. See, it went that way and then it went that way. Let's just check Railguide and make sure we're on par. Oh no, it only went one direction. And this track right here, this track's active. The commuter rail still services this. Actually, super cool. This reminds you of Bakalakadakistan. Really? Hey, Antares, what's up? Near me, there's an intersection where 3 busy streets meet with a commuter rail line running down the middle, and there's been a history of people getting hit. Yeah, people can't be bothered with having a train inconvenience them. Never mind that the train is, you know, a couple hundred tons of metal hurling at you at a very high rate of speed. No, it's inconveniencing. It's inconveniencing me. Get out of my way, train. So, these tracks connect back in all the way. If we zoom out a little ways, those tracks right there, that Kingston line, where that Kingston Junction right there is where the tracks split back up in Braintree. See, the track split and went 2 directions. That's this line. So we're covering. See that? The line splits South Braintree, Whitman, and Kingston, right? That's that line right there. And the line went down here to terminate in Plymouth. Now, I know that some of that line is still there. Which is cool. This is South Weymouth. That's the old South Weymouth Naval Air Station. We decided we didn't want to be cool and abandoned it, and now it's apartments because reasons. Now, this right here, I know about this. That's the Hanover branch. There was a split off the line here that went down through here. You could see it, right? And it gets a little bit more difficult to follow when you get down here, but the track went all the way to 139 or 53, which is all the way over here. Track went down here. I actually did the research with this one already, and right here is there's a gigantic weird looking warehouse, and the rail used to service this. This used to be a grocery store warehouse, and the track terminated right there. That's that little guy right there. That's that Hanover extension, right? I drove through Neville Island in Pittsburgh the other day. Kept thinking of workers and aggregate storage and trains. Maybe we should play Captain of Industry if we want to do this, you know, play something like Workers minus the damn communism. You know, might be a good idea. All right, so where are we? We connected back in at the Kingston line right here. All right, so the commuter rail here splits. It splits and goes to 2 stations. This right here, this little split is not abandoned. They still use it. At one point, it was there's a split right here to bring trains into that building right there. But actually, they added this in the 2000s, and it's a tunnel that actually goes underneath this entire intersection, and then it pops up over here, and they built a big train station over here, which is actually pretty cool. That's all new, which is pretty neat. Now, this line does keep going. This line used to go all the way into downtown Plymouth, but it stops at the old Plymouth Cordage site. So right here, this was the site of Plymouth Cordage, and they made ropes for the Navy, for ships, for all kinds of stuff. They made ropes. Yeah, like the ropes that you get on like a battleship or something. Yeah, the building where they had the shuttles to actually weave the ropes is still there, which is pretty cool. And then there's a lot of abandoned rope manufacturing facilities here. And then there's there's Plymouth Station. The interesting thing is that as part of the line extensions that they did in the 2000s, they built out Plymouth Station and operated it until 2020 when they abandoned the station because of low ridership during the pandemic. And they also, they actually don't use this more or less new station. They also said they also got rid of it because they can't turn trains around. Yeah, that was the other thing that the MBTA said. They abandoned a basically brand new railroad station because of low ridership during the pandemic. They temporarily closed the line and they haven't opened it since. Also, yeah, they're like, "Oh, well, we can't reverse the trains." I'm like, "Well, you can't reverse the trains at the other station either, fella. At the Kingston station." Like, hello? So, yeah, they don't use that train station anymore, which is dumb because they built all these apartment complexes here, right? With the specific intent that, you could live in this apartment, you could get on the train, and you could commute into Boston. Sense? No. So the track splits here into two sidings, but that's not where the track that's not where the track ended originally. The track went all the way here, and the right-of-way is still intact. It's a rail trail, which is dumb. It went all the way down here, and the right-of-way, once again, is intact all the way into downtown Plymouth, and I don't really understand why they didn't go all the way into downtown Plymouth, because there used to be a huge terminus right here in that parking lot. Yeah, there used to be a gigantic station. This used to be a train station. It'd be nice to take the train into downtown Plymouth. There's a bunch of cool stuff to do here. A bunch of nice places to eat. There's also the Rock, if you want to see that. That's neat. If you don't mind, I had another thought about Factorio. Uranium can now only be found on Nauvis, so if you want to use it elsewhere, you got to spaceship it. Interesting. Let's do transit-oriented development and then get rid of the transit. Yeah, looks like SpaceX is fully locked in on the 15th for Starship. We're getting all the NOTAMs and NOTMARs now. Interesting. So another thing that I noticed that I never actually looked into is that there is a spur that goes from Middleborough to Plymouth. And I never actually, I knew about this line. I knew about this line. I never knew about this one. And I don't know where this one goes. But once again, weird curvy freaking street like that curves for seemingly no reason, but it curves because it followed train tracks. So let's go over back into Railguide and let's take a look. So the train terminated at South Park Avenue? Really? The tracks went to right there? Oh my gosh, that'd be so clutch if that was still there. I'm just saying, that would be... I don't know why they didn't build out the rest of the right-of-way. Why would you not do that? It's intact. They stopped the line there. See all this? That's still there, dude. And the right-of-way is there. It's nobody's built anything on it. Why not just build the station back? No? Am I stupid? Part of the reason why nobody used this damn station is because it goes to nothing. It goes to Cordage, which, who cares? This is where all the stuff is that people want to do. It's over here. So, like, you know, when the station was in use, you'd have to go here and then you'd have to take a cab or something, or an Uber or whatever. Because we're stupid. Yeah. And then there was a Y that went this way here. Once again, see? Weird looking parking lot. Dead giveaway. Now, where the heck did this track go? I've never looked at this track. It crosses 3A right there. And then goes through Holland Standish. Okay. So this track went over here, like this, went through here, and then went this way, and it went through the 44. This is a 44 interchange right here, 44 and 3. And they definitely just beamed over any right of way that was there. Because I know 44 is more, well, it's not new, but it's, yeah, see what I mean? So there was a track that went down here. That's the right of way for it right there. And it went alongside Industrial Park Road. Huh. There is no trace of this freaking line here. There's nothing. That line has not existed for a very long time. Like, dude, look. There's that. Dude, I wonder when the last time that line was used. Holy crap. Like, there's no remaining pictures of this. Yeah, it looks like it runs alongside 44. But dude, you can't even see the right of way of that bad boy, and most of it is roads. Wow. So this thing went all the way to Middleborough and connected in with Middleborough line. Wow, dude. Middleborough's a big junction. Interesting. I never knew that line was there. Dude, I'm telling you, I've driven up 44 many times. There's no trace of that track. What side is this? It's called Rail Guide? Yeah, it connected in with Middleborough Junction at 44 here, which is this way. Yeah, Middleborough has a pretty sizable yard. There's still freight operators on here. CSX uses these tracks. But this is mixed freight and passenger. Oh yeah, see? There's some CSXs right there. 6224, 6226, GP38s, no doubt. Actually, those could be GP40s. Here, let's look. CSX 6224. It is a GP40. Yep. Good locomotive. EMD, baby. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool to see that they still use these. But the passenger trains still use these too. But I have a feeling Middleborough Junction was a lot bigger back in the day. This had a lot more train lines than just 4. Arctic Bum, I got to turn off the stream and do some work because this is what I already do in my off time. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. Okay, so we've got, that's as far south as that whole terminus went. But once again, a lot of this is still intact, which is pretty damn cool. Dude, I can't believe a train went all the way to 53. That's really cool, man. Huh. Did they remove the rail because the factory got closed down? Well, Sun Temple, this line got abandoned south of Scituate because a hurricane took out that bridge right there. The North River Bridge got demolished. The track was intact, but in 1938, New England got hit with a hurricane. There's a hurricane that came up the coast and just hit New England, and it took out that bridge, and they never rebuilt it. New Haven didn't see it as profitable to rebuild it. But yeah, I mean, we have passenger rail service all the way to Greenbush. They restored half of it, which is pretty cool. You can't restore this part. This part is, they made it roads. The Hanover line is still there. That could be restored. That's a rail trail, though. But this was an industrial spur. It went to the factory that was right here. See, or the warehouses and stuff. Like, see, that was a... Let me go back. So a lot of these were passenger service, but they stopped. The car. So in 1957, from 57 to 62, they built Route 3. And Route 3 is still the main... That is the main artery for pretty much all of the South Shore. I drive on Route 3 whenever I go up to the dentist or the doctors or my parents or whatever. Like that, this is my backyard, dude. Yeah, Route 3 is the main road. Now, personally, honestly, if it was up to me, I'd say, you know, put rail in the center of it, but, you know, that makes too much sense. I sent this stream to my friend who is obsessed with trains the way I am with rockets. There you go, CB. At least rail trails keep the space from being built on. I agree. Yeah. Now, like this line that goes from Middleborough to Plymouth, I don't see any particular use for that. There's no point in doing that. That would be a waste of time. Because once again, remember, it's loops. A lot of these lines were built with loops in mind. So, like, if you're on a steam engine, right? The steam engine could go down here, it could go here, and then it could turn around and go back. It's all loops. See? You could go down here, go down there, and then the steam engine could go this way. That's what a lot of these lines are for. They recently opened up the T to Fall River in New Bedford. Yeah, retired. Well, we're looking at the old colony road, the old colony lines here, which that is part of. We actually looked at this thing yesterday from Raynham through Taunton, right? This little spur here, like there's no point in having that. Like a lot of this is just blatantly redundant. The reason why is because diesel engines can go in two directions and steam engines really don't. Well, the better way to say that is that diesel engines can go in both directions at equal speed, right? But yeah, man, it's super cool. Yeah, the T just put in Fall River Station, dude. I like that. Like, you know, we always talk about, oh man, they should restore this. They should. The MBTA has been doing that, and it is profitable, except for that fiasco in Plymouth. Like, I don't know why they didn't just go all the way to here. Dude, if you could take the train into Plymouth, people would ride that. I'm just saying. All right, so we were going down here. So we're over in Middleborough. And like, yeah, see? It's all loops. That's what it's all supposed to be, but this is Mass Coastal here. All right, let's go down those lines a little bit more. So let's go from Middleborough Junction down here. Now, once again, these lines are operational. They use them, which is cool. Please use them. They're trains. We like trains. Ooh, what do we got here? Power plant. What's on the huh. That is a power plant, I think. And it is on the tracks. Is this a... No. Can't be a coal power plant. Is this in Lakeville, Tiggs? I'm not sure where I am right now. Okay, let me back it out. We're in Wareham. If show that's CMAS, it's a trash incinerator. Yeah. Yep. See, I thought power plant, but I looked at the cars and I'm like, those are either coal hoppers or they're trash. Or it's trash. It's, yeah, fun fact. It's trash. So, fellas, I'm going to go ahead and guess that this is where all the waste from the Cape goes. Yeah, it has no transmission lines, exactly. Oh, wait. Yes, it does. Yeah, it does. Oh, okay. Trash incinerator for power. It is making power with burning trash, but... Yeah, see the substation right there? Yeah, it is trash to energy. All right, that's cool. I know that the trash trains come off the Cape. That's the reason why most of the train lines down the Cape are still there. Because they use it to haul trash off of Cape Cod. Oh, what do we got here? Looks like a little MBTA maintenance terminal. That's commuter rail stuff. So we're down here. Yep. That's CMAS. There it is. Rochester Maintenance Facility. All right, let's keep going. So there was a split here in Tremont. All right, let's keep going. I always like to orient the camera in Google Earth north-south. Where the split was by the pond. So there was tracks that went this way. Let's see where those, yep, those tracks haven't been used in a long time either. Okay. So the tracks went down here like this. They went that way. Happy STS 135 day. Yeah. Yeah, those tracks have not been used in a very long time. Wow. Yeah, I would say at least 100 years. They went under 195. They went into Mattapoisett. All right, let's go. Let's take a look down here. Oh, yeah, right away is still there. It goes around Eel Pond right there. So, yeah, there's the tracks. Or that's where the tracks were. It went across here, down here into Mattapoisett, and then they went that away. Oh boy, more rail trails. Great, I love that. And this Went all the way into New Bedford here. Huh. It looks like the track ends at the water. I'm wondering if they carted stuff across the New Bedford Harbor here. That's absolutely what they did. Yep. And it's a car ferry. Well then. Now see, where were they transporting it to? Imagine living there. Oh, well, that makes sense. They just went across the river. And yeah, there was right there, that pier. So did they just make it go straight across the river? Yep, that's exactly what they did. And you could see that the line very much went this way from there. And MacArthur Drive right there is old train tracks. Oh, wait. Yes, still train tracks. All right. The track, wait, the right-of-way's still there, dude. It's in the middle of the street. No. Yeah, it's still there. Oh, there it is. And the rails go right to, not exactly to that dock, but it's right there. Cool. All right. They're still there. Good for you, New Bedford. Good for you. That's great. See, you can still see some of it right there. What are those reddish fields? Cranberry bogs, dude. Yeah. Ever had cranberry juice? Probably from New England. The cranberry bogs. They flood them. They flood them in the fall. They turn bright red. Turned into tram lines? No, Tessa, this is most likely a right-of-way because of freight. Our lines are all freight, homie. Some of them may have become tram lines, but yeah, see, it's still there. The tracks are still there, intact. I don't see any trains on them, but... Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, no way, dude. This is the terminus for New Bedford here. That's the train station, and the parking lot is right there. These are actually old pictures. There's a really nice train station right here, dudes, and then there's a pedestrian bridge that goes across over to the, the neighborhood, so you don't have to cross a highway to get to the train station. See? Yeah, they redid all of it. It's actually, wow. I'm impressed. Cool. That's the active T station. Yeah, retired. I was down here the other day. I'm not gonna lie to you. Bree and I went to Little Caesars because the only Little Caesars in New England is freaking in New Bedford, and we wanted Little Caesars. So, me being me, I'm not just gonna drive all the way down here for pizza, right? So, we went and explored the train tracks and then went to Little Caesars, dude. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding, man. This is what I do on the days off. I have some fun, man. Go explore, go find things. Hey, Little Caesars is Bree's comfort food, all right? So, and it's the only freaking Little Caesars around, dude. Just waiting for EJ to bust out the train game. For what it's worth, Ernok, it's pretty good pie for like $5, man, right? Little Caesars is good pizza. It's not, you'd think it's trash, but it's not. It's really tasty. Hey, Miff, what's going on? 84-month resub. So yeah, they used to ferry the trains across the harbor, and there used to be a train track right there. That's really cool. Didn't know that. I did not know that. I knew about this track. I knew that that was there. That's actually super cool, man. I'm learning a ton. And this is in my backyard, dude. This is like stuff that I know about. That's really freaking cool, man. All right, so these tracks go from Wareham down to Buzzards Bay. I know that. Oh, there's a little siding right there. It's all about that crazy bed. That's what Bree's all about, dude. She's all about that crazy bread, man. I wanted a pizza from there. I lived off those things in college. Water park. And then the tracks go into Buzzards Bay here. Yeah, once again, these tracks are active. Double track. They're still used. And there is a very pretty train station right here in Buzzards Bay. And then it crosses the bridge. So, this is the Cape Cod Canal. So, this is the part of the old colony line that would have... They would have added this in the 30s. In the early 1930s, there was a private canal here. Somebody made a company to make a canal that went through here, and the problem is little thing on the Cape Cod Canal, because it's actually a ridiculous engineering project. The canal is, first of all, the canal is the widest in the world. It's one of the widest canals around. It's way wider than the Panama Canal, like 3 or 4 times wider, right? The reason why is because of differential tidal flow here. So what happened is a guy made a canal, like it was a private canal, and he made it, he didn't make it very thick, right? He didn't make it very wide. And the problem is that if you have a current that's going at 30 knots and your steamboat can only do 20 knots, right? Ships were entering the canal and then getting stuck in the canal. So that canal project eventually went bankrupt in the late 20s, right? And what happened was the part of the New Deal, right? In the early 30s, the Army Corps of Engineers the U.S. government bought the canal. They bought it, and the Army Corps of Engineers came in, and they started operating the canal. So what they did was they went to MIT, and they said, why the hell are the currents so ridiculously bad in here? Well, just because of how differential tide flows work around Massachusetts, right? There are some times where you could have high tide here and low tide over here. I know that sounds weird, but if you look, where Woods Hole is and everything, right? Like, if the tide's coming up this way, it's going to take a second to fill back in here. So you had ridiculous tidal flow going left to right in this. So coincidentally, sometimes you got high tide over here and sometimes you get low tide over here. It's weird, I know. Right? So MIT did flow analysis on this, right? And they figured, okay, how do we make it so the current is negotiable? And their solution was to make the canal 450 feet wide. We're talking easily over 100-meter wide canal here. Like, that's 400. What's 450? 450 divided by, yeah, 136 meter wide. It's a big canal, right? So by widening the canal, right, they decreased the flow rate. This canal still has pretty nasty currents, but making it 450 feet wide made it so it was negotiable for ships. The currents only go like at 10 to 15 knots instead of 30, right? So ships can negotiate it. So part of that was them. Part of when the ACOE took over is they have the CTC building, which is the Canal Traffic Control Building, which is right there. It looks like an airport tower, but it's for the canal, which is pretty cool. All operated by the Army Corps of Engineers. And then the ACOE built 3 bridges, obviously one for the trains. And then there's the Bourne and Sagamore bridges. Fun fact, those are the bridges that they built in the 30s. Those bridges are like 90 years old. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. They're like not doing well. But it's fine. It's fine. Whatever. It'll be a problem when it becomes a problem because that's how we do things around here. That is not a fun fact. That is in fact concerning. Yeah. Yeah. So here's the thing. With the train tracks, they only had the tracks running to here, right? And so with the road, you can make a bridge that goes up and over, no problem, right? Because cars can go up a steep hill. Trains can't do that. Trains don't like going up hills. So these bridges are all super high up off the ground. And the reason why all the bridges are high up off the ground is because, one, the thing is freaking wide. And two, the Navy wanted to be able to get a battleship through here. And you could get battleships and aircraft carriers up the canal, no problem. Right? With the trains, you can't do that. Building a train trestle here that could get a battleship underneath it at the time in the 30s, because aircraft carriers weren't really a thing yet. I mean, they kind of were, but right? They came up with an ingenious solution. Elevator bridge. The train bridge goes up and down. It's not a drawbridge. It's an elevator bridge. It goes up and down. That's okay. There's a bridge near you that's like 600 years old. Several, in fact. Are they made out of steel that's constantly exposed to salty air? Because, Bob, I don't know if you know. Salt is bad for metal. Salt is bad for metal. I mean, I'm just saying. Are they supposed to replace the bridges? They're going to try and replace the Sagamore Bridge, but there's a lot of flack replacing this bridge because they have to eminent domain 5 households. What the new right-of-way, they're going to build 2 new bridges, and the right-of-way is going to go like this, at least from the tentative plans. Right? Like that's what they want to do when they build the new bridges. But if you're going to do that, you have to eminent domain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 houses. And there's a whole big controversy about that. Like, yeah, it's a whole thing. No, not my house. Never mind the bridge. Because if the bridge collapses, you can't get to your house. Just saying. Make a tunnel, go under. That would require us innovating again. That's on the infrastructure front, that's not really a thing around here. But yeah. People do get upset when you try to take their house. Yes, that is very true. Hey, Rug, 94-month resub. Thank you. Now, actually, again, a tunnel is not a bad idea, but the problem is that this doesn't do it justice, dude, but this area is super hilly, dude. Making a tunnel here, you'd need the portal to be like back here, and it would need to go down and under, and then the portal would need to come up over here. Like, but the problem is, like, see, it goes up a gigantic hill. Like, that would be a weird tunnel. Like, if you made, the portal would have to be back here, right? It would have to go down, it'd have to go underneath, and then it wouldn't come out till, like, over here somewhere. Or you could make it pop out like here and then loop around. I mean, that would be cool, but nobody wants to pay for that. I mean, I actually think a tunnel would, now that you're saying it, a tunnel would probably be a better idea, because then you're just maintaining the tunnel. Tunnels don't get exposed to salty air as much because they're underground. Just putting it out there. But no, they want to build 2 parallel bridges. So yeah, they're already staging the aggregate facility here. I saw it when I was driving down the Cape the other day. There's a couple places out on the Cape that I like taking Brimo to. Have you ever seen the Cape Cod Tunnel permit sticker? No. Cool history of the USS Little Rock and the canal. Yeah, dude. Dude, this canal is gigantic. Once again, it's the widest canal in the world by a long shot. The thing is huge. Like, if you like infrastructure, this is something you're probably going to want to see at some point. The canal is awesome. I could do a whole thing about this. It's super, super cool. And it's the Army Corps of Engineers is what operates it. They operated their facilities for it are right here. Once again, they have TTC right there. Or CTC, Canal Traffic Control. Well, you got a 100-year-old tunnel across the Detroit River. It only leaks a little bit. Yeah, right. So the train track crosses on a trestle bridge. The trestle bridge usually stays high, but every morning a train comes, the waste disposal trains come off the island. Now, track goes in two directions. This one goes down to Woods Hole, or went down to Woods Hole, and this one goes to Provincetown. That goes to the end of the peninsula. We'll go down the Woods Hole rabbit hole here first. So this track is still in use. They only use it for freight. It's not really used for passenger service at all, which I think it's stupid because they still have the stations here for what it's worth. And man, some of these stations are very pretty. Just saying. Ooh, nice MGB. So the tracks, the right of way for the Woods Hole spur line, which if we go back over to here, we're talking about this spur that goes all the way down here. This is more or less intact. It's intact to a certain extent. Now, these tracks are still used. The train track, what remaining tracks are out here, out on the Cape, are operated. The operator is called Mass Coastal, and they take trash off the island and they burn it in that trash incinerator that we just were looking at in Middleborough. I actually didn't know that. I didn't know that until you guys told me. I knew the trash came off the island, but I have no idea where it went. But yeah, this track's still operable. It's still there. There is another reason why this track still exists. My girlfriend says you look better shaved. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Daddy Yoshi girlfriend. Right on. Cape Cod is technically an island because it splits. Yeah. Nobody calls it that though, but see, there's a junction right here, and so the track splits, or it used to. It doesn't split anymore. Basically, south of here is abandoned. The reason why it splits right here is because there's a spur that goes across Route 6 here. Is that Route 6? No, Route 6 goes in the other direction. It's 6A. It goes across here, and the track right away goes into Otis Air Force Base. This is a military base. So there's still trains up here. You can still see there's consists on the line that are used, but it's most likely used for loading up waste. Now, the Y here that goes up to Otis, yeah, that hasn't been used in a very long time. But it actually looks like there's still some train cars on it, interestingly enough. But you could tell at one point there was a gigantic freight yard right here. See all the splits? Military golf course too? Most military bases have golf courses, dude. And bowling alleys. Now, to tie this into space real quick, Otis also has a Space Force base on it. It has the PavePause radar. That is a Space Force operational facility. That is used to track stuff in space. It was originally built to track incoming missiles in space, but now they use it to just track things. The funny thing is that it's pointed basically right at Moscow. For pretty obvious reasons. Like if you zoom out, right? So the antenna is built like a wedge of cheese, and one of the reflectors is pointed right at Russia. The other one's pointed south down here. But yeah, I don't know. That's kind of cool for the people that care. See, this is a gigantic phased array radar, and one of them is pointed directly at, well, the ex-Soviet Union. Yeah, for what it's worth, you know, we'll tie in some space stuff because we like space. So the track from here south, unfortunately, is abandoned. But the track is, the right-of-way is still more or less intact. The cool thing is that this track went all the way down to Woods Hole, and it went past, you know, to tie into another NASA thing. It went past the Woods Hole Oceanographic. It goes past the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, where a lot of astronauts trained. Yeah, see, the track goes all the way through here. Once again, the right-of-way is intact. It's a rail trail. Personally, I think they should restore access, but rail trails are neat. There's a reason why. A lot of people take the ferry to Martha's Vineyard out of Woods Hole. So having a train that goes down there, at least seasonally, might be a smart idea. But then again, that's what they do with the other line. But yeah, see, track's very much intact. Or the right-of-way is very much intact. It's definitely still there. I found you something. Oh, I've read this before. Yep. I've seen that before, Healthish, yeah. So yeah, once again, this would have been a beautiful, beautiful train ride, just saying. As we get further south here, track turns, and then it goes by Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, which is this. Like I said, a lot of astronauts trained there. And then the track went right to a ferry. Now, why? Why did it go to a ferry here? You can see it went under the bridge and to here. Now, check this out. This is something I didn't know until I started looking at it. The Old Colony Railroad and subsequently New York, New Haven did have railroad service on Martha's Vineyard from Oak Bluffs to Edgartown. God knows how long that track's been abandoned. It's probably way longer than this, but also at the same time. Let's go take a look. Let's take a look at Oak Bluffs over here. Now, where would that track have gone? Let's go over to Rail Guide. Who is Martha? Well, she's a lady with a vineyard. Yeah, that track is not even labeled. There is no way that track, it's not even labeled. My guess is that it probably followed this road right here. That's definitely a train right away. And it's just a road now, which is fine, whatever. Yeah, absolutely a train right away. How did she acquire this vineyard? You know, I've never actually bothered to go and look up what the etymology is behind Martha's Vineyard being called Martha's Vineyard. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, look. I'm going to go ahead and guess the tracks crossed right here. There's Chappaquiddick right there. Chappaquiddick Island. Anybody watch X-Files? No? Maybe. Mulder? No? Alright, cool. And then it went all the way down past Edgartown down here and it split. Why would it split and where would it go? Yeah, wherever it was, those tracks are long gone. They have not been there for a very long time. I'm actually wondering here. Let's Martha's Vineyard Railroad. Mother. Yeah, okay. Those tracks haven't been there in a long time. That's a freaking steamboat. Sold to Old Colony Steamboat Company in 1892, closed in 1896. Okay, those tracks haven't been there for 120 years. All right, sweet. In 1874, the Old Colony founded Martha's Vineyard Railroad, built across 9 miles on sand on the island of Martha's Vineyard, running from the Oak Bluff Steamer Wharf to Matakeesit Lodge in Katama, Edgartown. The locomotive active, later renamed South Beach, was the sole operating train. This branch existed until 1896. Okay, so Katama. Let's see. Oh. Huh. Steamboat could be a captured Scottish blockade runner. What is the current most powerful train engine? I do believe that's the big boy, can't see me. Ballistic missile defense, that's right. Yeah, it looks like there's a grass field down here. Neat. That's crazy, dude. That it came off the terminal right here and it took that turn. That's where that picture was taken. Right there. Huh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Flyboy. 30-month resub. Still here. Yep. 4 years of operation for abandonment. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. So yeah, that's why they were running all the way to Woods Hole. Interesting.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But yeah, the right of way for those tracks are still there. I mean, might be a good idea. I mean, running a passenger service down there, but they probably won't. There's really no point. The reason why is if we go back all the way up to the bridge, all the way up here, you see that the line splits. Now this is the line that went all the way to the end of the peninsula here. Now check this out. This is still in operation. And it runs, you guessed it, parallel to the canal. I do believe that there was another line here on the other side of the canal as well. Like, if you look, it looks like the track splits right here. And it looks like that there was train tracks here at some point on both sides of the canal, which, I mean, there still is on one side. Hey, Marrakesh, 75-month resub. Supposedly, Martha's Vineyard was named by English explorer Bartholomew Gosnold in 1602 after the abundance of wild grapevines he observed covering the island, which he described as a vineyard. Martha was his daughter. Oh. Yeah, the Cape Flyer goes down here. That's right, Tiggs. Yep. Yeah, presidents have homes on Martha's Vineyard and stuff. Yeah, that's neat. Actually, just on a quick side note, another fun fact. So there's Route 3A. 3A was the original Route 3. You could see it right there, and it was replaced by this highway. And when they built the canal, they built the bridge here, but you can still see where 3A went. The original 3A went across the river, across the canal, but, before the canal was made. It used to go right there. That used to be road. You could see where the road went through, and actually, no, that's not it. It's over here. It's that one. That's the old right-of-way for where the road crossed before the canal was there. Pretty cool, huh? I don't know. Just fun Fun fact. That was, Bree and I actually went and explored that pretty recently. I tried to see where 3A used to cross the canal before the canal was there. Now, I'm wondering if on this side of the canal, there very much seems to be that there was railroad tracks there, and I'm really kind of wondering what they did. Now, these railroad tracks go to a power plant. There's a big power plant right there. Oil, I believe. Yep, it actually has a drop-off and some oil drums right there. A lot of oil drums. So yeah, that's definitely an oil power plant. And there definitely is train tracks that service this for some reason, which is pretty cool. But now I'm wondering what the train tracks did on the other side of the canal, if there was any at all. So let's go back over to Rail Guide. Oh. Ah. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense now. That's where the original track went. The original track went this way. And there was a Y here for the bridge from the original canal, and that was replaced when they made the new one. Ah, all right. So it looks like there was rail on the other side, but in fact, it's just the old right-of-way from where the tracks used to go across the canal. Yeah, they used to go right there. See that little... That whole canal only has 3 crossing points? 2 by car, 1 by train, Sig, yeah. It was built in the 30s. Is it inadequate? Yes. Do we need to replace it? Yes. Will we? I don't know, man. Nobody seems to care about infrastructure up here for some weird reason. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you, dude. If this was me, if I was the governor of the state and we were playing cities here, I'd have high-speed rail going to the Cape. I'm not even kidding. I would get high-speed rail that goes from Boston basically to Hyannis. I would put high-speed rail there. You know how much money you'd make in the summer? You know why you'd make a lot of money? Traffic sucks getting to and from the Cape in the summertime. It's awful. It takes forever to get anywhere on the peninsula because there's so much tourism. If you had high-speed rail that went directly from the frigging airport, right to like Hyannis, right? Hyannis Port right here, which is where the ferries, that's the main ferry terminal for the islands. We don't want to do that though. It's too expensive. Can you walk over the bridges? Yeah, you can walk over the Sagamore Bridge. It has sidewalks, but dude, this is not like a bridge you'd want. You're gonna find this pretty, yeah, that's how you walk across. Look at this damn street light. See, it's a riveted trestle street light with an LED light attached, just crudely pasted on the end. It's not the islands, Admana. It's just, it's not that, dude. It's just, there's no imagination, man. Yeah. You can walk across that if you want. I wouldn't. Why build new pole? Old pole worked. So yeah, this is a 4-lane boulevard across the bridge, dude. And as you would imagine, the traffic. This, okay, so you guys tell me who's the city players. Look at this. So you have 2-lane, 2-way highway, right? 2-lane inbound to the bridge goes down to 1 lane. goes down to one lane, and then merges with an on-ramp to a two-lane, two-way boulevard bridge. You tell me how good that's going to end. That's dumb. Yeah, that's really dumb. Having an on-ramp that close to a merge threshold or lane condensation is not smart. That's not a good way to do that at all. How many accidents happened there? Not a lot, dude, because traffic slows down because people don't know how to merge in this state. Nobody knows how to do the Reichsschlussverfahren. Nobody knows how to zipper merge. So traffic is usually going dead slow by the time the merge gets there, so you're all right. You know, it fixes itself. So conversely, on the other side, when you're going outbound, oh look, there's traffic on Google Earth. Look, you have an on-ramp and 3 lanes merging into 2, and the merge threshold is maybe 100 feet. Yeah, that ends about as poorly as you think. That was close. Danke. Reichsschlussverfahren. Nobody knows how to... Look, dude, there's traffic on freaking Google Earth. Yeah, weird, huh? But underneath the Sagamore Bridge is a waste processing facility, or a waste facility here. That's, you can see these lines are still operated. That's the dump, right? But they do use these lines, which is pretty cool. And also the line goes down here to the power plant, and there's definitely a service track on the power plant there, which is cool. Now, from here, the track goes through Sandwich. Yes, it's called Sandwich. Yes, it's based off of an English name. English people, yes, we have a sandwich too, and it's delicious. And this track is operable. You can take passenger service down here in the summertime, called the Cape Flyer, which is pretty cool. Yeah, these tracks are pretty operable until you get to the Barnstable Split here. Like, yeah, these tracks are in operation. They use them. There's the split that goes to Hyannis here. I do believe there was a roundhouse here at some point, but whatever. If we go south here from this split, you go down here. This track, once again, still all operable. It runs next to the highway there. There's the Hyannis Airport. It's named after John Sandwich. That's right. And then there's actually a pretty cool railroad museum here. And this is a scenic railroad. I forget if it's called like the Hyannis Scenic Railroad, but the cool thing is if you look, there was a split track right here, and the split track had some passenger cars on it, and they made the train into a diner. That place is pretty cool. You can see 1, 2, 3. Yeah. See, it's half diner, half train, which is pretty cool. And that looks to be a Bud RDC, if I'm looking at that right. So it looks like a passenger car. It's a passenger car that is a locomotive as well. It's an RDC. RDCs are pretty cool, man. Here, little thing on what those RDCs are. It's called a rail diesel car. So it looks like a passenger locomotive, but it's actually a diesel locomotive with seats in it. Yeah, pretty trick design. Because it, yeah, looks like passenger car. Wonder if they hold golf when the train goes by. Yeah, maybe. EJ for governor. I would never win. RDCs were real futuristic stuff for when they came out. Yes. So, I mean, think about it. Like, you crammed a locomotive in the underside here. I actually kind of want to see. Can we open this link up? They're diesel mechanical? Question? I thought they were diesel electric. Today I freaking learned. It has a freaking diff in it. But it is electric though too. What the hell? In Germany we call it Treibwagen. Yeah. You're not Kennedy enough for mass politics. I did not know that RDCs were diesel mechanical. I had no idea. It's got twin engines. Huh. Today I learned. I didn't know that. What kind of motor does it have in it? Hold on. GM1, okay, Detroit 110. Series 71. 550 horse. RDC9 is 300 horse. It has a freaking torque converter in it. It has a fluid coupling to the wheels, so it works like an automatic transmission? What the frick? No wonder these things went out of style. That's such a strange way of doing that. It's got a freaking torque converter in it? It's just engine out torque converter, no reduction. I assume the reduction is probably in the gearbox there. Ooh. Cool. In an experiment towards high-speed rail, New York Central fitted a pair of J47 engines from a B-36, completing their twin nacelle from the bomber's engine atop one of their RDCs and added a shovel nose front. I mean, I don't hate it. I'm sorry, I don't hate it. That's super freaking cool, dude. Those are J47s. What the hell? The goal was to gather data on the stresses of high-speed travel on conventional tracks. The project was completed in 30 days at the railroad's Collingwood Technical Center in Cleveland with a budget of roughly 35 grand. The base vehicle was an existing Budd RDC M497 configured for coach and baggage mail service. Two J47-19 jet engines, originally used on a B-36, were purchased as military surplus for 5 grand and mounted atop the forward end of the car. To improve aerodynamics, a streamlined front cowling was fabricated. The nose was created by Wetzel's wife, Ruth, a commercial artist who reportedly based the design off of what looked good, believing that aerodynamic efficiency would follow aesthetic form. That's where you're wrong, Ruth. The engines were mounted at 5 degrees nose down to generate downforce from the 112-pound car. I mean, that it'll work. It looks like Darth Vader. All I see is the Rocketeer's helmet, dude. Test runs were conducted over existing tracks between Butler, Indiana and Stryker, Ohio. The line had been chosen for its arrow straight layout and good condition, but it was otherwise unmodified track. On July 23rd, 1966, the car reached a speed of 183 miles an hour. Holy sh! Dude, that's a little sketchy. Oh my goodness. Dude. Wetzel claimed that during the run, the speedometer actually peaked at 196 miles an hour before he decelerated. This established an American rail speed record that stood until 1974, where the LIMRV went significantly faster. What? What is this? Built a linear induction motor research vehicle, a wheeled vehicle running on standard gauge railroad track fitted with a 3,000 horsepower gas turbine generator to supply the LIM with electricity. The test track for the LIM RV at the HSGTC near Pueblo. There's a huge test track in Pueblo, Colorado. It looks like a model railroading layout, but for real trains. Just on a side note, we'll do a thing on that at some point. Wasn't yet completed when Garrett delivered the vehicle. The reaction rail in the middle of the tracks was still being installed. Once the track was ready, linear induction motor, vehicle power systems, and rail dynamics tested and progressed by October 1972, a speed of 187 miles an hour was achieved. Speed was limited due to the length of track and the vehicle acceleration rates. Two Pratt & Whitney J52 jet engines were added to the vehicle to propel the vehicle up to higher speeds. After acceleration, the engines were then throttled back so that the thrust equaled their drag. And on August 14, 1974, the LIM RV achieved a world record speed of 255 miles an hour for a vehicle on conventional rails. What happened? What happened? What happened? Come on. Edwards, what happened? We just stopped? Just like, nah, we don't need to do that no more. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. What a crock of horse poop. Oh, I see the UK did the same thing with their trains. That's lovely. I'm sure that really makes a nice thing in this guy's garden. That's great. Okay, can we stop reading about that? Sweet, let's go back to this. Lovely, great, good, wonderful. Lovely rabbit hole. Anyway, yeah, Bud RDC. There's one of them there. That's super cool. And there's also an old roundhouse here that is something. There's another RDC. Oh no, I think that's just a passenger car. But there's the Cape Flyer. GP38. What else we got here? Hey, baby. What do we have here? F9? Maybe? Question? Oh, there's some pretty neat consists in the freaking... There's a roundhouse right there. E-unit? Yeah. Yeah, maybe. What else we got here? Bro, what? Can we buy that back? Can we buy the roundhouse back so we can, like, trains? I like trains. Is there, like, a street view that we could get that's, like, close to this? How about over here? Can we see? I don't think you can see anything from this road. Oh, yeah, beautiful view. That's great. Lovely. We had a train that could go 250 miles an hour in the mid-70s. Really, Bob? Cool. So instead of abandoned trains now, you want abandoned tracks again? No? Oh, that's cool, Bob. I'll look into that later. It sucks that most rail right-of-way can't handle speed. Yeah, we should fix that. So the tracks in Hyannis go to here, and then there's a little railway museum, right? And then the track stops. That's where Cape Rail will drop you off, which is kind of cool because it's nice. But the reason why the tracks don't go any further is because you see this weird diagonal road right there? That was the tracks. The tracks used to cross the street right here, and they used to go down here, and then they used to cross this intersection, and that road right there was trains. That was a train track. So the line actually did keep going. Personally, I think that road serves little to no purpose. You could just use this road, but whatever. They're not going to make it train tracks again. And then the tracks kept going all the way down here. Now, if you look, the tracks kept going to here. That was a gigantic rail ferry terminal. Yep, train boats. Train boats. You see the track used to go here, and then it turned right there. Train boats. Train boats. Say it with me. Train boats. Yeah, this used to be a gigantic, you could get the trains onto a ship, and you could move them wherever. It would be nice, to be honest with you, it would be really nice if the train track went to, like, right here. But you're not going to fish it through there, and the reason why you're not going to do that is, once again, that's a one-way road. They made this into, like, a big roundabout, which is stupid. But, if they just made the tracks go to here and put, like, a station right here, that'd be super useful because the ferry terminal is right here that goes to the islands, and, you know, why make it go all the way to where it needs to where it needs to go? Why would we do that? That makes no sense. You're not, no, let's not make it go all the way to the port. Whatever. This road setup is super cringe. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is horribly cringy. You're absolutely right. And don't get me wrong, I like cars, but having the train terminal stop here and make it so you have to walk, like, down to the ferry terminal, like, defeats the entire purpose of the freaking train. Like, you have to get in a car and go down here. Nobody's going to walk that far with all their freaking luggage. Spoiler alert, this is not a very walkable road. Is there a shuttle bus? Probably. Yeah, I think there is. See the bus terminal right there? But, you know, we just made the tracks go all the way. Just made the tracks go all the way to the port, you know, like, I don't know. Might make sense. But whatever. So yeah, that's where the railroad lines used to go here, and that used to be where they loaded them up to put them on ships to take them wherever. But for the most part, the Hyannis spur is still there. Now, if we go back to Yarmouth Station here, yeah, you can see there's a curved passenger station right there. The tracks do go a little bit further east from here. Now, these tracks are still used as well. These tracks are still used as well to an extent, right? Is Blue Origin actually going to launch this year? Did you talk about the Dave Limp video yet? We're doing train stuff right now. So, no, and I don't know. We'll talk about that for Space News, dude. Now, the tracks go a little bit further, and they go to a waste processing facility here. Well, not processing, a waste handling facility, I should say. And then they get to this road and they stop. And there's a rail trail from here. It's the Cape Cod Rail Trail. Now, this is the part of the line that's abandoned. It's a walking trail. But the right-of-way still is there, which is pretty cool. I personally say train here probably would be a good idea. But, yeah, the right-of-way is intact. Now, this track, per rail guide, there's another Y down here at Chatham for the train here. Right here is where the right-of-way starts to get a little fishy. Oh, yeah. No, it's still there. And then there's the Y. It's by Main Street. Are we by Main Street? Yes, we are. So, this was a little spur that went to downtown Chatham, which is one of the bigger towns on the Cape right here. And once again, it's still all intact. The right-of-way is still there, interestingly enough. Like, nobody built their house on it or anything, except when you down here, but see, still there. Now, this track went right into downtown Chatham, which is pretty cool. Yeah, that's where the right-of-way stops. I remember now. There's a freaking airport in the way. Yeah, it went. Yeah, the airport is basically the end of the line there. And he plans to play cities or any other city builder. I don't know. Interesting. Chatham and Sandwich are both towns outside of Windsor. Eh. We need a train boat song. Yeah. Trains or rockets? Which gets the budget? Rockets. Well, Rockets already have the budget. We should have more trains. But yeah, from here forward, it is road. They made it road, which is dumb. And then at the Monomoy Regional, track turns, and it used to go right into downtown Chatham. Let's see, there it is. And then it went down here. Down here, and then that's where the terminus was, right here. Man. That's pretty good. Now, if we go back to the Y, where the heck is it? Let's back it up. Okay, 124 and 6. Yeah, there's the Y. There's more rail trail down here, and I do believe see, right away in the bridge is still there. And yeah, it's all poopy doopy rail trail. Now this is going through Bourne. Right away's there, intact. Still intact. Ice. Still intact. So, dude, this line went all the way to the end of the peninsula, which is pretty crazy. And yeah, it looks like that they right away more or less intact up until this point. That's pretty dang cool. Where's the rotary? Yeah, there it is. There's the tracks. Yeah, man. Oh, dude, someone should. I'm not gonna say someone should do this because it's never gonna happen. But yeah, that right away is still pretty intact. There's the Main Street cross right there. And then it goes here. There's the rail trail crossing right there. Dude, frick rail trails. They should make this freaking train track. There's the Orleans roundabout. You know how there's like the Waffle House index? It's funny. My local news always meters how bad the Cape traffic is by how much the Orleans roundabout is clogged. If it's more clogged, that means there's bad Cape traffic. Which is funny to me. Yeah, that's their Cape traffic index. There's a camera on one of these buildings that they have here that looks at the roundabout, which is funny. Used to be trains. Yeah. All right. So once again, the right of way is pretty damn intact. These lines, this line was abandoned in 1958, I think, when New York, New Haven, and Hartford stopped. They stopped rail service out to the Cape. You used to be able to take a train out here. Dude, the line is really intact. There's nothing on it. Dude, you can put tracks back on this. It's really straight too, so you could get going pretty damn fast. And it looks like they put power lines next to it. Here, let's take a peek. Right here, what do we got? How intact of a right of way are we talking? Oh, geez. Oh, I thought that said Macaroni Beach. Huh. When did they change it to a cycling lane? Probably in the 60s, 70s, something like that. Turns here. There was a train station right there. Dude, it is... I can't believe how intact this right of way is. I've never actually bothered to look at the whole thing. But it looks like the power lines are following the tracks. And then the power lines take a right, and the tracks go... They cross right here. Yeah. Yeah, it's still there. Yeah, this is where this starts to get a little... Where the heck does the... Where are we? We're in Truro? We're up here. Dude, look at how straight that freaking... Oh no, we're in Wellfleet. Okay. Truro is a little bit more north. So it turns. The track turns to the right here. Yeah, getting a train through there, squeaking a train through there is probably not going to happen. Yeah, people built their houses on the right of way. I'm struggling to see where this goes from here. It goes towards South Truro. Oh my god, off topic, but I just realized Flight Sim has Stranger Things stuff in it. Yes, it does. Yeah, once you get into Wellfleet, there's pretty much no chance you're gonna get a train through here. It's too many houses. I can't even see where the freaking right of way is, dude. Oh, there it is. It picked it up. Okay. Yeah. Right there. There it is. Tracks turn. Or maybe not. Huh. All right. Old Gun County Road. Yeah, okay, there they are. I found the right of way again. Now this is all fine. Yeah, I'm sure you could run a train through here. But somebody built houses on it again. Frick. Yeah, this is really where you'd run into a ton of problems. But man, the right of way is intact all the way to Wellfleet. That's a long way out, dude. Just saying. That's almost to the end of the peninsula. We have the track right away is basically clear from here all the way to Wellfleet, dude. Somebody should do that. Wellfleet's pretty, man. I repeat my last. That's what I mean about keeping the right of way intact. Easier to convert a rail track back into passenger than a bunch of houses. Yeah, it looks like they. God, man. If we were gonna run new train tracks, they'd have to be over here. They'd have to be on this side, which sucks because that's all hills. So yeah, track goes through here. That's all. This is all not bad, dude. I mean, yeah. See, it's road right there, which some of it, just a little bit of his road. That little stretch right here is enough to basically hose it, which sucks. And you're not gonna make a tunnel or anything here because you're in marshland. I mean, you might be able to. I don't know. You'd have to run the tracks somewhere else. Personally, I would just have the tracks go with the power lines and just bypass this whole thing because there's just woods out here. Now, where does that track keep going? Yeah. There it is. Pick back up on it. There's a tennis court where the track should be. And then they made it go across this brackish here, and they put a bridge. Right? Yep. Oh no, you could make it work there. Still intact. Up road again, and more tennis courts. I've lost where the track goes from here. Through North Truro, it's just running parallel. Yeah, you can't even see the right-of-way anymore because it's that road. Yep. Yep. Yeah, you see the size of some of those houses? No way. Diesel truck. Yep. Well, there it is. I picked up the right-of-way there. More road. Yeah, that's not happening. Right here. There it is right there. And then it goes here. Right there. What gets me is all the buildings constructed up to the sidings to unload rail cars. It makes it easy to spot when the rail went through the city. Yep. Once you get to P-Town, there's the starter US Route 6, which runs all the way to Bishop, California. Route 6 used to go all the way. Yeah, it's right there. So the tracks used to go right here with the highway. Right away is intact here. It's right next to the highway, and then the train tracks diverged. I mean, the tracks were there probably before the highway. The tracks diverged. They went over here. You could see it where they were. All the way through here, down here, and then that road. And right here is where the station was. Son of a gun, dude. Right by the ferry terminal. Holy crap. It's like people thought about this or something. I mean, dude, I'm not going to sit here and say that we couldn't build more tracks. We don't need to use all that right away. We could just have the train run next to Route 6. But there are some parts where it's going to get a little bit hairy. Like there's too many, it's just too much stuff. Could always make it go over here. But see, right here, there's just too much. You'd have to make it run out on the National Seashore out here. Yeah. Yeah. No, they're not going to do that. It's too much erosion. I always thought it was Martha Stewart's vineyard. Yeah, it looks just to be around Truro, there's just not really any place for the rail to go through. But, yeah, you have a clear shot all the way to Wellfleet. That's pretty damn good, dude. Not bad. So that's like basically the terminus of the old colony line here. Yeah, you could take the train all the way to Provincetown. That's pretty cool, dude. Like I said, if that train was still running, people would ride it. Dude, think about that. Like, you could take the train from Boston to Provincetown. But nowadays, you could take a ferry from Boston to Provincetown, which probably takes half the time, so. Now, the interesting thing is that the rest of these tracks, I know, are pretty much all in use. It's just this stuff down here on the Cape. But yeah, there's basically a perfectly viable right-of-way from Barnstable all the way to Wellfleet, which is pretty crazy, dude. That's pretty cool. I had no idea that much of that right-of-way was intact. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, Beazle, we'll do more. If you guys like it, we'll do more of this in the future. Yeah, we know that New Bedford line is there. And so the MBTA, which is part of this is all ex-Old Colony line, they did get rail service going to Fall River. That's like actually brand new. So, you know, we'll on the end of the Cape, but I want to see over here. We know the tracks are there, and those tracks are operational. That's passenger service. Oh, yeah. They just recently rebuilt this. It's under construction in that picture. Sweet. That's cool. I will admit, I'm pretty impressed that the MBTA is rebuilt so much. That's really cool. I really... Whoa. Hello. That's a big old junction, a big old yard right there. Where's the station, though? You know, for an area like that, I'd say nowadays a hydroplaning ferry with many ports would probably be more comfortable to get it. The ferry still operates to Provincetown, Aqualux. You can... So, if you land at Logan Airport, right, you could take the Silver Line to the ferry, and you could take ferry to pretty much anywhere. You could take it to Provincetown, you could take it to Wellfleet, you could take it to Hyannis, you could take it to Martha's Vineyard. Yeah. Favorite short line, running or not? Conway Scenic. Look at that, they're building a new bridge right there. Dude, that's so cool that they restored the rail service here. I didn't know this until very recently. Look at that, that's beautiful. Okay, split track. There's the station. No freaking way, dude. You could also take Cape Air from Logan and be in P-Town in 10 minutes. Yeah, Cape Air is actually pretty fair for the price, dude. It only took 50 years to get it down here. Yeah, I know. Stupid. Now I'm wondering where this track goes from here. Is there another station? Question. It looks like the track's still there. Now we're by Battleship Cove right here. There was a railroad museum here, but it's long gone. Oh yeah, these tracks are still very active. Very much. So we're in downtown Fall River here. Right now where the tracks go south, they go back into one line, and I'm going to guess that they're probably abandoned from there. I love this stuff. Me and my buddies used to sneak into rail yards and explore. Yep. Yeah, man. It's pretty fun, dude. It's pretty fun to check this stuff out. Let's follow the line, though. Is the right of this? I know where this track goes. This track goes all the way down to Newport. Right of way is still intact. Mm-hmm. And no. I mean, somebody wants to move that shed right there, yes. Those, dude, not only are these tracks intact, but the rails are still there. That's mildly annoying. Sewage treatment. Maybe not. I don't know. Whatever it is, it had a spur, but not anymore. Yeah, dude, the tracks are still... There's some consists still... Oh, no, that's a trailer. I was going to say, there's no way. There's a boxcar still on the rails. Right-of-way is still very much intact. There's a sewage treatment plant. 2 of them. Oil storage with a spit right there, or not a spit, with the terminal. Wonder what that's for. Interesting. Tracks still go through here though. Right away still intact. Yep. Still intact. The rails are still there. Jeez. Go ride it, vote with your wallet. I do. I can't get to my no. I can't get to my dentist by rail. If I took, I mean, I could. If I took, the problem, Aqualux, with our train network is that everything goes to and from Boston. That's the problem. Any lateral movement, Nope. There's no train beltway, so to speak. That's why no one rides the train. Let me think. Yeah, I could. I could take that Plymouth line that I showed you guys. I could take that into South Station and take South Station out to Back Bay and then get on the Green Line from there and then take the Green Line to Riverside, in which case it would probably be a 2 to 3 mile walk from Riverside on the Green Line. Yeah. That would, dude, it would take me, worst case scenario, like with the worst amount of traffic, it takes an hour and a half to get up into the city, right? What I just told you would take like 3 hours. Yeah, it would take an ungodly amount of time. Is that trail an old reverse loop? I don't think so. There was something there at some point. Let's check the rail guide. Rail guide's over here. Boop. Nope. It doesn't say anything in particular there. All right, well, there was some kind of dock there, so maybe. Yeah, see, the bridges and the tracks are still there. They're just overgrown. Ah. Yeah. That's the one house that's in the way. The right of way. Actually, I think the right of way goes behind this, for what it's worth. Cause see over here, there's the tracks. There they are. That could be an issue with, where's the bridge? Jim, you tell me. This is your territory. Should be a sweet train jump right there. Yeah, ever take it off any sweet jumps? They left the stupid car bridge. What the... Rhode Island, what's wrong with you? They left the stupid car bridge, but the train bridge gets axed? Typical. Dude, that's cool. Freaking it goes through the tower. Guys, that bridge is not there anymore. It was a joke. They demolished it. See? It's just the photogrammetry. That bridge is very much gone. It's cool that it's still there in photogrammetry. Now, the rest of this track, this track terminates in Newport. I know where this terminates. It goes through Middleton and goes down to Newport. Dude, now this is a scenic railroad. There's a scenic railroad that operates on this, but obviously they don't go off the island. But dude, the track is intact. Oh, you telling me the track's intact all the way to the frigging bridge? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Yep. There's still consists on it. There's still cars on it. Oh, piss off. Dude, There's the Hobby Railroad, or the Scenic Railroad. They got a couple of RDCs. Cool. Couple of passenger cars here. Couple of switchers. Where is this? How have I never seen that yard there? Where are we? Okay. Huh. It looks like they got old MBTA cars on there. Interestingly enough. They're storing bogies there on the side. Boat. Dude, these tracks are intact all the way to the frigging bridge. Holy cow. Now, yeah, obviously anything south of here is going to be, it's the Hobby Railroad, but I can't believe how good these tracks, how good a condition these tracks are in. The whole island has rail. Make a homemade rail cart? Nah. And go IRL exploring. Somebody will call the cops, dude. It's Massachusetts and Rhode Island, let's be real. You can have fun here. Yeah. Tracks, the right-of-way is completely intact all the way to Newport. I can't believe that. There's, yeah, see, there's trackmobiles and stuff on it. Well, there was a split right there that went to whatever that was. Yeah, dude. It's still, yeah, the whole right of way is still there with level crossings installed and everything, man. Do they go to Florida at all? The train tracks? Yeah. It looks like they're redoing a little bit of the line there, but yeah, this is where the line gets into downtown Newport and it stops. Now the tracks, I know this, the tracks used to, if you look at this road right here, it's a very strange looking road that kind of loops. And then it's kind of like you have two lanes here and then you have another road next to it. The reason why is because the tracks went here and there was a train station right there in downtown Newport. But the tracks stop right here at the baseball field. The tracks used to go, this used to be all train tracks, and the tracks used to turn here, and then this is where the train station used to be, right in downtown. Do those railroad tracks eventually go to Florida? The railroad tracks that terminate in Newport, Rhode Island, no, they don't go to Florida, dude. Huh. I can't believe that the right-of-way is intact all the way to Newport. Can you imagine if the MBTA extended the train all the way to Aquidneck Island down to Newport? So right now the MBTA only goes to here, which is still pretty good. Wonder if they'll eventually restore it. That's pretty friggin' cool, dude. And then there's another track over here that I wanted to see. So there's a Y junction right here. MBTA goes all the way to Kingston, past Providence and TF Green. Yeah. That's pretty good, man. Wow. Yeah, that sucks. But dude, even that right away, that right away is more or less intact. That's pretty cool. Damn, dude. Hmm. I'll be. I know that this line right here from East Providence down to Bristol is not there. They made it a walking trail, which is dumb, but whatever. Is there a... Wait, where are we? We in Fall River? Hold on. I want to back this up a little bit. Oh, the drawbridge for... Is it for trains? Oh, it looks like it was for... It's for cars, but that looks like that bridge hasn't been used in a good amount of time. This thing is saying that there was a train bridge over here somewhere. Yep. Yes, there was. Interesting. There's a track that went over into Seekonk. That's interesting. Well, whatever. Actually, dudes, like, I'll be honest with you. It looks like a lot of the old colony line is not abandoned anymore. I thought there would be more of it abandoned than this, but no, pretty much everything you see here is still there. It's only like little small spits and extensions here that are not operable. That's crazy, dude. I think that's actually super cool. Wow. Man, you know, that really makes me happy that a lot of the old colony line, the New York, New Haven, and Hartford lines are still used. Either by CSX or Mass Coastal or MBT or the MBTA. That's actually pretty cool. Nice. I like trains. If nothing else, check out the map on the last link. I'm trying to keep this to just the thing that we're looking at right now. Yeah, a lot of these lines are still used, which is, yeah, that's pretty awesome, dude. Cool. We traced basically the line that goes all the way, and the line still goes to Hyannis, but it also is right away is intact to Wellfleet, which is pretty damn cool, man. It's intact to right here. This is where it starts to get blocked. That's pretty damn cool, actually. I'm wondering if we could make a right of way that goes up here. Goes this way. I bet you we could. This seems like pretty terra firma here. Then have it just go this way and go through here, right? Go through there and then pick up. You could pick up on the old right away, right here. You could restore that. That's not too bad. I mean, making a new track go out here would be a little bit of a pain in the butt, but you could do it. That's super freaking cool, actually. And what's crazy is that that track is like a straight shot. In fact, where the original track turns, I would just have the other track just keep going straight. High speed rail, man. You could do high speed rail all the way to Provincetown. Just saying, that'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty sick, dude. But yeah, a lot of this stuff is still intact. There's not as much of this abandoned as I really thought there was. I see the abandoned tracks all the time, but turns out the abandoned tracks that I see are just small parts of it. Most of it is still used, which, that like is the best possible outcome I could think of, dude. I've got a link. Sure, Yonder Ford, what's up? Go ahead. Still think a homemade rail car would be a fun idea. The Granite Rail Incline. Is this? For the quarries. Huh. Now I'm wondering if we can geolocate this picture. I'm not sure there's anything of use here. So you were talking about this line right here. There's no doubt that this line went to the quarries. And I honestly think we're going to have a pretty hard time trying to figure out exactly where this is. If I had to guess, search Granite Railway Incline. Okay. Oh, dude, it's still there. All right, let's see if we can find it and connect the tracks to it. Uh-huh. Well, there's definitely some quarries up here, but they filled them in. They filled most of them in with dirt. Also check Rail Guide, it's there. The tracks. Oh, they built the highway right on the train tracks. Why would I want to see photogrammetric from a first person view? Why would I? Who thought this was a good idea? Street. Guess not. I can see it. It's right there. The incline's right there. And that picture was taken right here looking this way. The picture that you linked. Yeah, that track is right there. And then 93 is right here. Those tracks were originally, per rail guide, were originally, yeah, on 93. And then they split here and went around the golf course and connected back in. Interesting. Yeah, there was a quarry service loop. Interesting. There we go. I got it. There it is. Yeah, there's train tracks right here. Cool. Good find, dude. Yeah, from your picture. See the line? There was tracks right there. Is that garage? That really nice garage in this picture? Is that still there? No, that's long gone. That was bulldozed. Hey, Wraith, what's going on? Try Google Maps for Street View. I hate Google Maps. Google Earth is way better. Okay. I think I got it. Hang on. All right, let's take a look. Yeah. There it is. So there was a track right here, and then that right there is that road that goes to the driveway, and that there goes to that garage in the picture. That's South Station. Yeah. You see that's weird, man. So yeah, they did have a loop servicing that. That's pretty cool. And that's what that track, the remainder of that track was. So there was train tracks that went over here at some point. These houses look to be all built in the 90s, which is when they remediated a lot of the quarry. These used to be super deep, and yeah, people would dive in. Fun times. But yeah, 93 had train tracks on it. Interesting. And then the tracks split right here and followed the golf course. Yep, see? Another weird looking parking lot. Yeah. And the tracks came in and usually they teed in right there. But that hasn't been a thing for a long time. But yeah, they had a loop to get to the quarries. And that's what's left of it. That's pretty cool. What was that spray painted message on the quarry wall? Oh, I don't know. Frank Linite Radical. I don't know what that means. I don't care. What the heck was that intersection on 93? Stupid? Yeah, that's the service interchange to get to Furnace Brook Parkway. If you're from Quincy, you know what I mean. It's an intersection. It exists. It's a roundabout, but some of it goes under the highway and some of it goes over because the highway is going down a hill here. The roundabout is actually pretty level. Yeah. Hey guys, we have roundabouts. There's roundabouts in New England. They're all over the place. I mean, you see them more throughout the U.S. nowadays, but yeah, we've had roundabouts as long as I can remember. You want to see a good interchange? That one's actually not bad. The 3A 93 terminus. Look at this one. So this is where 3A stops. Route 3A stops right here, which was the original highway, right? 93 goes through, and 3A becomes Morrissey Boulevard. Look at that intersection. Look at that intersection. You tell me if there's traffic here. I'll give you 3 guesses. Dude, there have been times where the traffic gets so bad on 93, I actually get off the highway here. Where do I jump off? Yeah, there's no off ramp here. I get off at the next one. Or I go back here. I get off at this one, go through here, down here to Morrissey Boulevard. And once again, Morrissey Boulevard is this road right here. That was the original highway to go, the original southbound highway, and then they built 93, right? Morrissey Boulevard is faster sometimes. It goes under 93 and then it goes out here and, it goes down here into South Boston. And sometimes that is legit faster than trying to stay on the highway. This road gets so jammed from basically here all the way up to about here. I don't think I need to tell you why there's insane amounts of traffic in this particular area. Why? Well, this is supposed to be about abandoned railroads, but right here is where the original beltway, the original inner beltway for Boston should be. This is Molina Cass Boulevard, and then Mass Ave. So once upon a time, they cleared the right of way here to build an elevated road. That's what this is. See how this road is all cleared? Right, but if you notice when it gets to Ruggles Station, it stops. There was supposed to be an inner beltway in Boston, and I'll show you where it was supposed to go. Like, once again, this isn't exactly abandoned railroad lines, but so it was supposed to go here, right through Northeastern. Ruggles Station wasn't there yet, by the way. And then it was supposed to go down here through the Fens. Down here. And then go this way down to here. Either that, those last couple of points, either that or was supposed to cross over into Cambridge. They never got that far. But that inner beltway was supposed to connect 90. It was called 695. It was supposed to connect 90 to here and make it so you really, like, yeah, you had a main highway going here, right? And then you had your central artery, which goes up here. But yeah, they didn't want. They vetoed the plans. So yeah, the reason why they vetoed those plans is because 695 was, honestly, it probably would have ended up doing something more like this. That's probably what the Beltway would have ended up looking like. I don't think I need to tell you why people would have been pissed if they had a highway going through Harvard Square. Because that's Harvard Yard there, dude. But I would argue that anybody that lives in Cambridge probably would think that's a good idea. And then it was supposed to go down here and then connect back in to 93. You can actually see that they started building the junction and then they stopped, and then some of it was retrofitted, but yeah, see, there's a double-decker highway that goes to nothing. So yeah, so what they ended up doing is just making a little service road that'll get you halfway. It'll get you to the Fens, and that's about it. But that's where 695 was supposed to go. And once again, they started clearing out the right of way for it, and they were going to build a junction here. And then the plan stopped, so they changed the plans and just made a service road instead. And it, yeah, it's awful. It's awful. Cool jump, though. Your big junctions scare you? Dudes, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't want to embellish a little bit, but you really need to know what you're doing to navigate that pile of doo-doo. It's actually pretty straightforward if you drive it a lot, but yeah. And that brings us right back to South Station. Yeah, this is fun to navigate. It's better than what was there before, though. I'll be honest with you. That's what was there before. Yeah, that's called the old Central Artery. It's all underground now. That's part of the Big Dig. But yeah, that was not great. And yeah, you can see here that it makes a lot, the Molina Cass Boulevard and the extensions here, they had the highway built and then they stopped and just made it tee into a gigantic interchange right there instead. Yeah, you can see the on-ramps and everything were built for it, but they redid it. I don't know when they redid it, but they must have. Yeah, see, they redid all that. Founding Fathers, what did you do? Yep. Yep. So they put a frontage road in here, and that people don't know how to drive frontage roads in this state. Not gonna lie to you. But yeah, man, that's the old Colony Railroad. We covered we covered a lot of ground, dudes. I don't know. I'd go explore some of this stuff, but yeah. How worse has Boston got over the past 10 years? I used to say Boston drivers could qualify for a racing license. Worcester drivers just want a green card. It's gotten absurdly bad since COVID. Yeah, it's gotten really bad since COVID. People aren't paying attention. Straight up, like people are on their phone, people are doing their makeup. People are not paying attention. You have to keep your head on a swivel. This is why, like, at times, like, you know, sometimes like Bree's like, let's go do this. And I'm like, no, I do not want to do that. That involves driving in the city, and that takes a crazy amount of time. And like, yeah, you guys have seen times where I go to the doctor's office in the morning and I come back and I'm just like, I'm so tired. Because, dude, your head's on a swivel. It's the only way to do it. If you don't have your head on a swivel, you're going to crash. Like, straight up. Fair warning. Let me know when you have the Detroit edition for abandoned railroads. Yeah. Yeah. It's bad, dude. Like, there's the Braintree split, like through here. This is a particularly awful interchange. Like, yeah, it's just this. And then there's 28 right there, and 28 is next to the 24 split, which just sucks. Like, it's all temporary fix on top of 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 a highway that does not do anything. Oh, that's the other thing. That inner beltway, that highway was supposed to connect to it. See that? That's 95. It was a federal highway, and they wanted it, if you see the orange line right here, they wanted the highway to follow that train track. It's basically going to be a highway through here. Actually, no, it would have followed over here. And there would have been a massive interchange at Ruggles Station right here. So that beltway would have connected 93 and 95. 95 was supposed to follow this. That track, not that track. So the highway was supposed to be over here, right? And then I do believe it was going to go here. And that's why that road exists. If you look, there's just some weird 4-lane boulevard that just comes out of nowhere. I think. I don't know for sure. But then the highway was going to go somewhere over here. You can see why. I mean, with the amount of residential areas, I think people can understand why they didn't do this. But yeah, 95 was supposed to terminate right there. And it was supposed to connect into 695. They never built that because NIMBY, not in my backyard. It got NIMBY'd, which sucks, dude. Even if that highway existed and then Melina Cass connected the two together, that would still be better. But yeah, what are you gonna do? The Big Dig must have also rerouted or canceled other things. No, the Big Dig was on the whole a good idea. Yeah, it was a good idea. Yeah, it's made traffic way better. The thing about the Big Dig, though, is that the thing about the Big Dig. Let me try to put this into words, right? So when they built it, it fixed. The right way to say it is that when they built it, it fixed 1989 Boston's problems, right? Now, when the Big Dig got built, because there were more throughputs on the highways, there was a lot more stuff being made, right? So like the Seaport District, for instance, there's a ton of luxury apartments and there's a ton of residential areas in here. Like even these pictures are outdated. They're still building like apartments and all this other good stuff in here, right? And the thing is like I said, it was built to solve 1989 Boston's problems. But 1989 Boston is not 2026 Boston because it spurred all this growth, because you could now get to this part of the city because the highway goes there, right? Because it spurred all that growth, there's now way more people on the roads. So the throughput is not as good as it could be. Like, they built their projected throughput is not what it ended up being, dudes. Their projected throughput is they knew the city was going to grow from doing the Big Dig Wolf, but they didn't realize how much it was going to actually grow. So the Big Dig is still good. It's still by far and away the quickest way to get to the airport, right? With the tunnel going under Boston Harbor right here. But there's always traffic in that tunnel. You're never not going to hit traffic in it because, once again, they built the infrastructure and the city grew to the infrastructure. Yeah, the Leverett connector, there's always traffic there 24 hours a day. Always traffic right here. So like the Big Dig was good. It was a good thing. But on the whole, like it's honestly probably time to refactor it because the Big Dig is a design from the 1980s. Yeah, and if there's an accident in the tunnel, yeah. Have fun. Honestly, what would fix a lot of traffic problems here is to make an inner beltway. Boston needs an inner beltway. Yeah, it needs an inner beltway. There needs to be a highway that connects 93 from here to I-90 there, right? And then from I-90 to 93 south over here. The 695 beltway should get made. Personal opinion, just put it all underground. You absolutely have enough space here to have a road go down here, right? And they already cleared the original right of way for the highway. This was supposed to be just an elevated road, right? If you just made a tunnel entrance right here and just sent it down underneath and then just made a straight shot, even a straight shot with no on-ramps, just a straight tunnel that goes out to here. Now, over here, guys, we're talking about abandoned rail. There was a huge freight yard here, and it's not there anymore. Now you just have a bunch of empty space with a highway going through it. You could refactor the design if you really wanted to. There's a lot of venting required with that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's enough space here to bridge off the highway, bridge off 93 into a portal. You could absolutely do it right here. There's more than enough space. Which is, like I said, that's where the original elevated road was supposed to go. And that elevated road would have followed here. Probably would have followed this road, turned at Harvard, and went through and went right here. Only we had to do, they could build cheap tunnels. That'd be nice. But yeah, this is just, yeah. You want to navigate through Cambridge? Have fun with that. If you're trying to get anywhere in Cambridge, add an hour. Seriously, there's no highways. There's no highway that services this. The closest one is Route 2. And Route 2 stops right there. Guess what Route 2 was supposed to connect to? Think. We got a vibe. We got a vibe. It was supposed to connect to 695. But instead, they have a 6-lane highway that just stops. Yep. You could see they, at one point they were clearing the right of way for it, and then they stopped. Dude, I'm telling you, you want to see something? You want to see something ridiculous? Just, I'll turn on the roads here for the Metro Boston area, for Eastern Mass. The more you look at it, the worse it gets. Just look. Look around. The more you look at it, the worse it freaking gets. It's so bad, dude. It's so bad. Yeah, we have highways that just stop. They just stop. They just stop. What do you mean? It looks like a normal European city. Shh. Don't rope us in with them. Now do Tokyo. Dude, I know Tokyo is like the size of Massachusetts, dude, but yeah, I wanted to keep this to New England trains, but oh, look, nice concentric beltways. Gee. Oh, look, an inner beltway. Is that an inner beltway around the Imperial Palace? Oh, geez, and it goes to the train station too? Gee. Concentric beltways. What a crazy concept. I see that they too just have highways that just end. Yep. Oh, I'm sure that's fine. European cities usually have other methods of transportation, though. Same with Tokyo. We have transit, but once again, the big thing with Boston, dudes, is that there's no. All the rail lines go in and out. There's no there's no belt. There's no you can either go from like here to there, or from here to there, or from here to there, or from here to there. There's no train track that goes laterally. If there was a lateral train track, like 2 or 3 of them, then maybe, I don't know, maybe. Hub and spoke versus interconnected, yeah. Yeah, it's just highways that just end. Yeah, see, there's a highway that just ends here, but it ends in a nice roundabout. That's nice. But yeah, I'm actually pumped just regarding the trains and abandoned lines. I'm actually really happy that most of the old Colony line is still intact. That's pretty cool. And being used. There's only little spats of it that aren't, which is pretty cool. Anyway. All right, we got to get ready for space news. We got a lot of lifting information to talk about with Blue. Dave Limp dropped more hoisting footage and stuff. So we're gonna go do that, but I'm gonna take a quick break. Ooh. That was a lot of talking. If you guys like stuff like this, let me know. I think it's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. I could pick more things to do, but yeah. A lot of these lines are still intact. I'm really happy with that. I'm really happy. It's really nice to see. Does Boston have an underground? Yes, we have a subway system. Yeah, the MBTA, look it up. And then we have above ground trains, and then we have the highways on top of that. What gets me with my city is that it wouldn't take much to really fix things. Like, and when I say it wouldn't take much, I mean it would cost billions of dollars. But I don't know. The way we always played City Skylines, right? And I get it, it's City Skylines, and maybe we'll play some more. The way I always see it is that if the highways and the railways for a city are that's the arteries for your city. If you're going to make it analog to like a human body, right? Those are your arteries. Traffic is a clogged artery. Clogged arteries are not good for your heart. I'm sure people know all about that. Okay, astronaut guy, we could do that. If a city if a city has traffic, that's the city's arteries clogging. Now, a city's not going to go into cardiac arrest. I mean, it could. If your traffic hits gridlock, you're kind of screwed, right? But what that really is money down the drain. That's the big thing. It's money down the drain. Tax dollars down the drain. The reason why is because say you're an electrician and it takes 3 hours to get somewhere, right? To get to a job because of traffic. If there was nobody on the road, it would take an hour, right? And your job takes an hour. Everybody's missing out on revenue because everyone's stuck in traffic. Traffic is terrible for the tax base for a city. Like, absolutely horrible. Trains getting stopped, trains breaking down, cars breaking down, traffic from cars breaking down, emergencies, it clogs up. If a highway's clogged, how's a police car or an ambulance going to get to the hospital? See what I mean? Traffic is awful for a city. It's like a clogged artery. That's terrible. If your city has traffic, all you're doing is slowing your economic growth and thus your tax base for your city. That's bad for you. You're losing money with traffic. The incentive there as a mayor is to make roads that allow people to do more business so you can tax them more so you can build more roads or do whatever you want to do. I don't think we got the memo in that regard up here. Concentrating everything in one big artery is usually bad outside of some specific cases. The flow needs to be evenly distributed. Yeah, you need to have blood going to your hands. And also, a bunch of cars idling on the highway isn't the best thing for the environment. Just saying. Just putting it out there. Why is the solution always more roads and not more public transportation? I think, Deadbringer, in the particular case of Boston, there are more roads that need to be made. The train system is actually pretty damn good. Once again, no lateral movement is not the best thing, but you need to run for mayor. I don't think I would make a good mayor in this regard. I could be. I don't think so, man. I don't think so. I'd love your press conferences. I'm no politician, dudes. I like designing the system. The look of horror, I don't want to do any of that, dudes. Yeah, guys, honestly, like, how are you gonna fix this? How are you gonna fix some of these problems here? Like, seriously, like, I know more highways need to be made, but how are you actually going to solve that problem without bulldozing people's houses? Like, 95 needs to connect right into the city. That you need to build a stretch of highway that goes from right here to basically, honestly, like from right here to right here would probably be sufficient. How are you going to do that? Like, that's crisscrossing thousands of homes. I don't have a solution there. And whatever solution you do come up with is going to be expensive. You know, how is that going to work? It's only easy when you've been carpet bombed. Yeah, that's lovely. And then building the inner beltway, like, how the heck's that going to work? I mean, you could build a tunnel portal here, right? You would need access to the portal. You'd have to bulldoze entire city blocks. Like, there's just no way. There's no way anybody would go for that. If we could get an inner beltway going, right? And then connect Route 2 to the inner beltway and then 95 to the inner beltway, that would fix a lot of the city's traffic problems. That would fix a lot of it. Yeah, that would fix the vast majority of the traffic problems, actually. I mean, don't get me wrong, there would still be traffic, but Reclaim more land and build the modern portion of the city. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys ever wondered why I got so good at playing city skylines and why I can engineer highways correctly, it's because I've studied this. I've been studying this for years. This is basically a manual of what not to do. Vote, park and ride, rapid transit metro at the outer belt. I mean, the other thing to think about Transit Biker is where people are trying to go. Most of the commerce movement in Eastern Mass is going laterally. It's this way. And once again, guys, it's not what gets me about this is that they had that idea. Transit Biker, they had that idea because if you look right at the route to Terminus, right, you have Alewife. You have Alewife Station. That's the Red Line terminus. That's the northern terminus for the Red Line. Which, there's a subway station. That's a subway station right there. Like, it's really, really annoying. Because they had ideas of putting terminuses for our rapid transit system at the belt. Like, if you look at the Green Line, there's Riverside. Riverside is by the highway. It's by a terminus. Like, it's not rocket science, dude. They set it up. They were going to set it up right. And then the Orange Line terminus is down here somewhere. This is Reedville. That's Reedville Junction right there. It's pretty cool. Take out some freaking golf courses. Plenty of space to work with portals. You'll get no argument from me, dude. Like, we could snake this thing, tunnel in right here, come out here, go across, tunnel back in, go over here, have it pop out here, go back in, right? And then have it pop out at Molina Cast. That would work. But you can't get rid of the golf course. Well, you can't get rid of the golf course. And I like golf too, but there's a lot of them in the city. Like, in the city. Actually, that's not a bad idea, dude. We'd probably get away with it. Actually, the hell is this? This road right here. Is that the Blue Hill Boulevard? I don't even know. Yeah, it's Blue Hill Parkway. That would be how I snake this in here. Where does Blue Hill Parkway end up? Yeah, that would be how I snake this. I would. Oh, there's houses there. Son of a. Right? Make the highway go this way. Have it turn, go that way. I think Blue Hill is actually in the way. Yeah, crap. There's a freaking mountain in the way. Balls. Yeah, Blue Hill Boulevard would be a pretty good way to snake the highway, but they won't do that. Honestly, a tunnel right here. Yeah, I mean, you could do it. Once again, the original highway was supposed to follow the train tracks. They were just going to build it on top of the tracks, which the tracks are sunken for what it's worth, guys. they're sunken tracks, so you could get away with it. I'm not sure you're fitting a 4-lane, boulevard here, but sunken tracks is how it should be done. Well, actually, Aqualux, now that I'm really remembering here, I'd have to go look, but hold on. Let me just check something. We got to get ready for space news here in a moment. Third longest interstate highway in Massachusetts behind I-90, the Turnpike in 495. Well, I-95 in full is the longest north-south interstate, the sixth longest interstate in the U.S. I-95 crosses the state border from Pawtucket, Rhode Island into Attleboro as a 6-lane highway. Yeah. Yeah, Canton to Peabody. Yeah. To Peabody. Sorry, not Peabody. Don't call it that. Yep. There you go. Yep. That would have been a really smart thing to do. Hmm. Between 72 and 74, plans were to extend I-95 along a northerly extension of the Northeast Expressway to 128 in Danvers. During this time, I-95 was officially routed along 128 from Ken to Braintree. Yep. The original plans for I-95 said it was going to run into Boston. The highway would have progressed from 128 and Reedville, followed the Southwest Corridor, and ran along Molina Cass Boulevard in Roxbury, heading east and joining the Southeast Expressway at South Bay. Then north to the Central Artery at the South Station interchange with the Turnpike and connecting with the Northeast Expressway at Charleston on the banks of the Charles River. However, due to pressure from local residents, all proposed interstate highways within 128 were canceled in 1972 by Francis Sargent, with the exception of I-93. The only section of I-95 completed within Route 128, within the Route 128 Beltway by MDOT, was the segment from Saugus to Mass Ave, to the Mass Ave connector in Roxbury. Southwest Expressway and the Inner Belt highways were among the Sargent canceled highways. So that, man, yeah, okay, I have words. Would have been a good idea. Remember Dick York to Dick Sargent? Yeah, right. Sergeant York. Wow, that's weird. All right. I'm going to take a quick break here and we'll get ready for space news. I'm going to probably start space news about 1/4 past. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the Google Earth exploring and checking out abandoned railroad tracks. This really made me want to play Cities. I don't know. Maybe we'll crack open Cities too. I don't know. I'll think about it. I remember when 495 stopped at Route 24. Yeah, right? Seriously, do Detroit one of these days. Well, not a lot of Detroit's railroads are abandoned. I'll think of another one that I want to do. Then we'll go from there. Probably because they thought nothing of bulldozing people's houses when they made the plan. We have a habit of doing that. It's predominantly minority neighborhoods. This was the era of redlining, and families are still recovering today. Yeah, you could play the race card like that, but a bunch of white people in Milton, a bunch of rich white people in Milton are what voted it down. I'm telling you, man, it's not as black and white in this state as you might think. It's really not. It's a weird place, dude. Go look it up. Just saying. This place is weird. Weird. Let's say weird, but cool. At least the interesting bits. All right. So I'm going to jog the YouTube VOD, guys. I'll probably be back in about 25 minutes. We'll put on a space vid and we'll get to some space news. All right. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Stand by for loss of signal as expected. I hope you enjoyed the VOD. Let me know. Thank you very much for watching. I'll be back in a moment.